Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. Good morning. Happy Monday. We are here, man, on a holiday, y'all. Bree, what's up? Yo, you've been number one going on your second week in that top spot. Good morning. How you doing? How are you? Anil, what's up? Good morning. Hey, King Core, good morning. There she go, Miss Simone.
Happy Monday, happy Memorial Day.
Yeah, happy Memorial. Yo, I was just saying that, y'all. Yo, I hope my workaholicness didn't rub off on y'all because y'all was supposed to take off today, and Miss Money Mo was like, "Nah, we good." I'm like, "Oh, all right."
We gotta keep going. We gotta see our babies. We have stuff to say. Let's go.
Right? I'm like, yo, nobody else in the city working, yo. We the only ones working. Like, where they do that at?
Somebody has to do it. We have a routine and a schedule.
Yo, you ain't even lie. Yo, guess who number one again, yo?
Is it Bree?
Yes,
Let's
yo.
go, Bree.
Bree been holding down that top spot going on 2 weeks, yo.
We done cracked the code. Did you do some coding and now you done push everyone to the
Yo, wow, no, yo, something, yo, but she is there. Yo, I really feel like she about to be a manager soon, yo.
girl? Yeah, you can't come on. You can't go. Because you have been, when I say consistent, I know you will open up the store. You'll make sure everyone is there. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, yo, we got to get through our greetings because we got a jam-packed hour today. Miss Simone, like, yeah, move them out the way. All right, wait, what's we at? Yo, Chaos Smoothies, good morning. Hey, I hope y'all enjoyed y'all smoothies over the weekend.
Gosh, yes.
Hey, the J, what's up? Good morning.
Yeah.
Elder, what's up? Good morning. Hey, Lene. Yo, Lene been real consistent, y'all. Good morning, Lene. Hey, Poet, what's up? Good morning. Yo, Poet had me dead, yo.
When?
Yo. Oh, that wasn't your session. That was Miss Mo's session. Don't even worry about it. I'm going to save you the drama on that, Simone. But she had me dead. Don't ever kill me like that again. Hey, Taylor, good morning. Raquela, what's up? Yo, Raquela making a grand appearance. I know this like her second success session. Yo, make sure y'all show her mad love. Hey, Raquela. Lamar, Wavy Way. Yo, did you see the Wavy Way joints that got Wavy Way on the side?
Let's go. The do-rag?
Yo.
Come
Yeah,
on.
they coming. Good morning, Lamar. They Crave K. What's up, baby girl? Good morning. Hey, Ari, what's up? Good morning. Illmatic Isis.
Okay, Isis. Okay.
Good morning.
Hey.
Angel, what's up? Good morning. Booski Show, what's up? Good morning. Hey, Chris, good to see you on time, baby boy. Good morning. Hey, Summer, John, baby Barack, good morning.
All our babies are up on Memorial Day.
They up on, yo, Sam here on Memorial Day, yo. So you already know, yo. Jamira, what's up? Yeah. Good morning. OGQ, what's up? Good morning. Hardcore. Good morning, Hardcore.
OGQ and Corey.
OGQ ain't gonna play, y'all. Man, listen.
Thank y'all for showing up and for being.
It's about to be crazy, y'all. We about to get some of our friends in here, y'all. But Miss Simone, I got one question. So with our theme being like college and life after high school and all that, people who are in that in between, who have graduated from high school but aren't in college or anything like that, is this stuff still going to be relevant for them?
Absolutely. That's what we're going to talk about today. Today is going to be an overview, and we want to give you guys all the flavors of the different things you could do, because the only option that's not an option is to just be sitting down, not doing anything.
Yeah.
Anything but that.
Yeah.
try to talk about today. So this is relevant for everyone, every single person.
Awesome, awesome. Because a few people had asked me that, and that's what I thought. But I said, you know what? Let me get some confirmation. You know,
Yeah.
especially like those people that's like 19 or 20 or 21, and it's like, yo, if you want to go, you can still go if that's what you want to do.
Yes. And we don't say this for no reason, Miss Joni. We want y'all to define success on your own terms. So whatever pathway you need to get there, you just need to get there. And we want to help.
Yeah, y'all heard it. So that's right, Chaos Smoothies, period. No broke bums. So if it's somebody that's missing from this conversation, y'all need to get them in this conversation, especially those people who are in that in between, our 19s, 20s, and 21-year-olds. Like, y'all really need to be here. For real, for real.
We got this. I'm so excited for our guests.
Yo, this about to be a bomb, y'all. This is about to, y'all get them on here, man.
Okay, now, ladies. Oh,
Yeah.
Yo, yo, Miss Money Mo, yo, when we get her on the 10 o'clock, you know it's real, yo. What's up? Miss Kaitlyn, Miss Sushma got the real Sushma here, y'all. This is a treat. You ain't never gonna see this. Yo.
You guys know we play too much. It's so much fun. I need this in my morning.
Yo, love it, love it, love it, man. Hey, Miss Sushma.
Hello, Miss Joni.
Hey, for y'all who don't know, that's Miss Sushma, aka Miss Get Me to College, yo. That's Miss College herself, right there. Yo, they going off in the comments. Miss Kaitlyn, what's up, Miss Kaitlyn?
Hi, good morning.
Yo, y'all know Miss Kaitlyn. That's Miss Get Me on grade level. And everybody know Miss Money Mo. What's up, Money Mo?
Hey y'all, good morning.
How are you
Miss
guys?
Mo, what we doing, man?
Yeah, let's get it popping. We want to just do a quick overview about what this week is gonna be like. Yeah, give y'all a little snippet, and then today we're just going to go through the different options that we said. This week, definitely there will be some main points talking about college, and you'll kind of hear that throughout. But again, today we want to show you guys what all your options are after high school. We really want y'all to engage. We want to make it personal. So if y'all have any stories, Miss Sisma, Miss Mo, Miss Kaitlyn, please feel free to share your experiences. And in the comments, if y'all have questions and stuff, please just let's get to it, because there's so many opportunities for y'all, and I can't wait to see, we all can't wait to see what y'all will do in the future. Miss Mo, did you want to talk about this slide?
Yeah, so of course we want to, celebrate everybody who has made some type of transition, whether that may be from high school, from trade school, from, you got a promotion at work, whatever it may be. So of course, taking time right now to tell you congratulations, but also if you want like some recognition, like some facial recognition, on Friday, we're going to dedicate some time to, just celebrate your accomplishments and celebrate your transitions and celebrate your successes. So if you want to be included in this, make sure that you send a photo and a quote of some sort to any one of us, honestly, but specifically Cam, Miss Simone, me, or Miss Sisma. So yeah, we just want to say congratulations.
Yeah, congrats, y'all. All the hard nights, all the work at Miss Sisma's session, all the sessions with Miss Kaitlyn, the calls to me, Miss Johnny, Miss Mo, Dr. Mo. We're really proud of y'all. So please make sure you send in your picture, your accomplishment, your quote, so we can celebrate y'all. So Miss Sisma, do you want to tell everyone what this week is all about? Can you see it? Oh no.
Sorry. Yeah. This week is all about your options that you can explore life after high school. however that may be for you. It can be college or trade school or anything else that you want to go into, Army, Peace Corps, AmeriCorps, or any other opportunities. And we will be featuring guest mentors who can share their experiences, and you will have time to meet them, ask them questions. And also from some of our heartbeats who will be guest mentoring, and that is today. So definitely tune in.
Thank you, Mrs. Smile. So the schedule for this week, today we'll talk about the road to college. Today, like this session will be like an overview of all your options. And then later on into the today 11 and 12 o'clock session, you'll get like a full explanation of like, what are the steps? How do I even start this process? What makes up a college application? If that's the road I'm gonna go to, even if it's not right now, maybe one day in the future, you might wanna consider it. So thank you for bringing that up, Ms. Jones, because it's never too late, never. Even if there are parents on here who are 50, you could do it too. So let's get this, these degrees, y'all, and just keep pushing. All right, and then we have an all about money session, just teaching out how to budget and what to plan for when you get out in the real world. It will be a little focused on the things you need when you go to college, but a lot of this stuff is kind of simple too. You guys know we had Miss Robin Hayes talk about money. It's important. Just, you got to be aware. You can't just go in blindly. So we'll talk about that. Then Wednesday, we'll have a sneak peek of everyone's friends. Miss Mo, Miss Sisma will have their friends on, my friends from college, just talking about how do you maintain your social life, friend support system. Then we'll explore even more options, whether that be community college, trade school. We'll have someone who's been in the military. And then Friday is our social life. So people who are interested in Greek life, how do you explore your city? Kind of the do's and don'ts of parties too, so y'all can be safe when you do go off and do your thing. So yeah, that'll be Friday. Oh, sorry, let me go back. All right. Miss Kaitlyn, did you want to just tell everyone what we hope to like gain by the end of the week?
Yeah, for sure. So what we're really hoping with this week is that you're just going to come out of it feeling like you have some idea of what you can do. You don't have to like make any decisions this week. You don't have to say, I'm going to go to a 4-year university. I'm going to go into AmeriCorps. But you have to, or we want you to be confident and comfortable with just knowing what your options are, and knowing that you can reach out to any of us to talk about those options more in depth. And then since we're going to have so many different mentors come on and talk about their experiences, you're going to have a lot of opportunities to network. So you can meet people who have gone through the process before, who may be doing something that you're like, oh, I really want to do that. So you can connect with them. And then we just want to answer questions from you all, just hearing like, if we're not hitting on something that you want to know about, let us know and we can talk about some of those things in the sessions.
Thank you so much, Miss Kaitlyn. And then we have Cam on here, KR Smoothies. Say hi so the people can see you.
Hi.
Shout out Cam and a few other heartbeats, but especially Cam, she was pushing for this week. She just wanted to make sure that people feel confident, comfortable. Like we said, like, what are your options after high school? What are some things that you're nervous about? Some questions you have. So thank you so much, Cam, for bringing this to light. And from a youth perspective, is there anything that, you know, you hope to gain from this week, or all the other heartbeats you would hope that they gain?
I just hope that like this week makes it a little bit more easier when looking for college, especially for like the upcoming seniors such as myself. And I just hope everybody learns something, even if you are seeing in like things that can help prepare you when you're in college. So I hope everyone just gains a little bit of knowledge from this week.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kim, for your leadership. Ms. Jones, is there anything in the comments that we should address before we get into it? What do y'all want to gain from this week? Let us know.
Yeah, we don't have any in the comments just yet, just a whole lot of positive feedback. People saying that they love this, they need this, like this is so thoughtful, they so happy and excited for this upcoming week. So definitely, if y'all got questions, drop them in them comments.
Yes. Shout out team and Cam and everybody. All right, y'all. So please don't let me hear myself talk this whole time. If you have any questions, any experiences, anything, because we've all been thinking about this, the whole leadership team, like we want to make this real for y'all. You know, I love a PowerPoint, so these are just some slides to keep us on track, but definitely feel free to jump in all the time. And thank you so much to everybody for helping. So, full disclaimer, we're going to give you just a generalization of these options, and we can definitely connect you to people who've been there and had this experience. But we feel like the main options after high school are going straight into work, starting your own business, going to a trade school, military, volunteer service opportunities, or college, which could be a 2-year community college or a 4-year. So the first one, like I said, pretty self-explanatory. You're entering the workforce right after high school, or maybe you already have a part-time job when you're in high school, so then you just go from part-time to full-time. Or you can also start developing your own business. And if you guys, a lot of y'all already have your own business, you could just start growing it and focusing on it more and more. So each slide, after we talk about the option, we'll kind of do a pros and cons. So definitely feel free, y'all, if there's anything else that you see that might be missing on the list, add it. And don't think that these are definitely just like cons, like total negatives. A lot of the times in life, I want y'all to remember that you can turn a negative into a positive, and it might not be a negative overall. It just might not be the right time for you, the right place for you, the right space for you. So just kind of think of pros and cons as like, okay, just different options that I need to consider as I'm thinking through these things. So some of the pros of going to work and starting your business or developing it more and more right after high school is that you'll start earning money. You'll get a head start straight into your career field. Whereas a lot of people, if you go to college or a trade school, you might have to get some more training. You can't go straight into your career. So you're able to start building your network a little bit earlier. And one thing that I like, Miss Joni always highlights that it's good. It's better to start your businesses when you're young and you have time to like make mistakes and try again. And a lot of people love to see that energy from youth and just young adults starting their business. Okay, so Lene has a question. What are the best colleges for what I want to pursue? Likely law for a major and business for a minor. Does anybody have?
So Lene, what I'm gonna say and I'm gonna say this open and honestly, I don't know. I don't know particular schools or colleges for those things, but we can definitely, any one of us up here would be open to like going through the options with you and seeing, you know, what are the colleges, because I don't know off the top of my head, but I can find out.
Absolutely.
I think if I can add something too, at least when I left high school, I thought that I wanted to do one thing. And then when I got to college, I totally switched around. And so I think it's sometimes good to go to a school that has lots of different options. So even though if you think you want to go into law or business now, like a school that has those programs as well as other programs, so that, you know, if you change your mind, which is totally okay, then you can still have some options.
I love that. And Cam had a good answer. She said she searched it. So, you know, Google is our best friend, y'all. And it says Harvard, Grambling, Florida Memorial. So I think that's a good resource, Cam. A lot of the times it's good to just go ahead and search, kind of do like just straight up what are best law programs and colleges and get that search. And then you also want to think about other things like, do you want to stay in state or out of state? Do you want a big university or a small university? And that'll start to help narrow down your options. And like Miss Kaitlyn said, making sure they have other programs and majors that you're interested in, just in case if you get there, you're like, oh, this ain't it. Like, this is not for me. You still have options and you don't feel stuck. Okay, Jada says, is it possible that we could get college mentors, like people who went to our college or have the same major? Anybody? All right. Well, maybe we can try to find that for sure. I think definitely as we start building our network within HeartSmiles and we have heartbeats going off to college, I feel like they're definitely going to stay connected. And that's also something you could look for at your school too. Like at Spelman, we got paired with a older Spelman sister. Now, some of them are good, you know, just depending on the genuineness of the relationship, it's really helpful. Or sometimes they fall off, but for the most part, when you get to school, they might have programs like that. Kim, did you wanted to say something?
Yes, I wanted to say, in the next session, me and Shalor actually like going over like things to look for in college. So, tune into that session and we'll like go through like money, scholarships, like how you want the environment to be. Like, just make sure you're on the next session.
I love it. Thanks, Kim. And then Isis has a question about a 4-year college. What about working while being in a 4-year college? That's what I'm intending to do. And that's a good thing, Isis. I know I worked during college. I don't know. What about you, Miss Kaitlyn, Miss Mo, Miss Sisma? Did y'all work?
Yeah, I definitely worked. My parents basically gave me the option of like paying my way through school by playing sports or paying my way through school by working. And I ended up doing a combination of those. So I got some money to go play soccer and lacrosse at a school. And then I also worked in the time that I wasn't playing sports.
I worked as well during school, working scholarships, loans, grants. It was a combination of all the things, but I had a good number of jobs as I was working throughout college.
Same here. I also worked at college. I mostly used my work money for buying books and stuff like that, and my tuition was covered through scholarships. And if you want to know more about balancing work life and college life, tune in on Wednesday from 11 to 12, because that's when we will be talking more about it, featuring my friend.
Yes, thanks everybody. And Miss Joni says we definitely have plenty of college mentors we can use. So hit up Miss Joni. Like you said, y'all, even if we don't know, we'll find someone who knows. So if you're looking for a college mentor, we have plenty of access. So I'm gonna pause on the questions for now, just so we can get through some of the other options. But as soon as we get back to the college part at the end, we can have like the full discussion about college and, you know, all the questions y'all have. So some of the cons going back to working is that you might need a degree later on in life or a certificate or some kind of certification training for the job that you're in. So just think about that. You know, it might not be right now, but as you move on in your career, there might be positions that you're interested in that you want to apply for that they say a requirement is having a degree. So just be in the mindset of like, okay, I might not want it now, but in the future I might have to get it. And what will my life look like then? And then sometimes it's just you have to work a little longer and harder in the short term for the long-term benefit. And so one of the things about getting an education, they say, is that it kind of moves you up. Like, so there's a lot of projections that show people who get like college degrees, associates, like 2-year, 4-year, the more you go up, the higher paying jobs that you have. That doesn't mean that when you're working, you won't make money as well, but it just might be longer hours. But it's just like everything is a give and take. Either you're going to spend long hours studying so you can make that money, or just longer hours at your job so you can make the money. You have to decide what you want to do. And I think throughout all of the options, you know, we say this in HeartSmiles about your personal brand is really important no matter what you do, like who you are, you're representing yourself. But I don't know, y'all let me know if you agree, but I feel like when you're working, especially, and you're starting your own business, you have to even more so be on it, because if you're going to work a job and you want to move up the ladder, why should they pick you over someone else? Not just because you're getting older and now you get to be a manager. You'll have 16-year-olds being a manager before you have a 20-something-year-old being a manager. Or with your business, you know, you want to be consistent with your customers and things like that to see it grow. So Ms. Joni, did you have anything here that you could add to give a tip about just like working and being successful in this area?
Yeah, absolutely. So I had posted something on my story from one of the books that I'm currently reading by John Maxwell, and it said that basically you can do almost everything right in terms of reaching for your goals and doing things that you need to do in order to be successful. But if you don't have that self-discipline part down pat, then everything else is basically going to pretty much fall apart. So just my advice would be whichever route that you decide to take, make sure that your habits can sustain the level of success that you're trying to reach. Because a lot of times we have these grand ideas on what we want to do, and everything sounds nice, but then the daily habits that you have can't really afford that type of lifestyle that you're trying to get. So I would say get that self-discipline down pat. Definitely stay connected to other like-minded people who also want to be successful, and just keep yourself in that positive headspace as much as you can.
Absolutely. Oh, we need that on a shirt. Tony, your daily habits are not matching the lifestyle you want to live. Oh, that wrecked me. I need to make sure. Okay, because your girl likes nice things. So let's do. All right. Did anyone want to cover trade school? Or I can, no pressure, but just want to make sure everyone is hearing y'all's voices on this lovely Monday morning.
I'll do it, Simone. So an option is definitely to go to trade school. So that can be called technical or vocational school, all the same. It gives training for a specific occupation, job, or skill. And you're usually in school for around like 8 months to a couple of years, depending on what school you choose and depending on what concentration you're studying. And then you receive a certificate and you take an exam to get licensed in that particular thing. And then some require you to do an apprenticeship. So working, I believe they're both paid and unpaid. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I've seen paid ones, but I do think that there are unpaid ones. Try to get the paid ones. And then some examples are electrician, cosmetologist, chef, pharmacy tech, medical assistants, so like CNAs and things like that. So yeah, trade school is most definitely an option, and you can master a lot of skills by going to trade school. Some of the pros, again, these, as Ms. Simone said, these are not limited. A pro doesn't necessarily mean 100% that you choose it. A con doesn't necessarily mean that you don't choose it. So some of the pros are you can master a skill because you're in school for that particular skill. So if you go to trade school to be an electrician, you will come out being an electrician. You will come out knowing everything that you need to know about being an electrician. You can save money because trade schools are definitely cheaper and less expensive. And also, you might have opportunities again to make more money depending on like that apprenticeship and like internships and different type of job opportunities that may be there while you're still in school. You get smaller classes and more focused classes. So a lot of times, in universities, especially if you're watching a movie or a TV show, you'll see like these big lectures with like 300 plus people. You probably won't find that in trade school, which is a good thing because you get more connection with your instructor. Depending on what type of person you are, you may be more inclined to ask questions. And you just you can generally be more focused. There are kind of less distractions. And then, yeah, for cons, you have like few diverse job opportunities or job options. And by that, it's like you go to trade school for that particular skill, and only for that particular skill a lot of times. So your classes are going to be surrounded around that option that you choose. And so you're not going to necessarily get exposure to other things and other concentrations. So you can only go for those like, electrician jobs that may happen. And then it might take longer to, you know, become like a math, because so there's different levels. So like you can go into a trade school, but there's like master, and then like there's just like a couple of things under different levels of different trades. So depending if you want to be like that high earning, you know, master of a trade, you have to do a little bit more than, you know, just a regular trade school student.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mo. And I just want to say, I see y'all's questions. Y'all are asking some really, really great questions. And I promise we're going to get to them, but you know, we never have enough time. But I figured we could take a break and ask this question because I like this one. And I feel like it's relevant for this space. So Taylor asks, what about a leap year? How does that work coming out of high school? So Taylor, you mean like a leap year, like a gap year where people take a break after high school, and not necessarily a break, but maybe they just don't want to go to school immediately. So does anyone want to answer that question?
Just because I'm well, it's more than a gap year right now, but I mean, I didn't take a gap year in between high school and pursuing my bachelor's, but I am taking a gap couple of years between like my undergraduate education and my graduate education. And I think that is definitely like a viable option. Again, we're not going to be, I think I saw y'all say, we're not going to be like bums out here. We're not just going to be like doing nothing. But I think that you should know who you are. So my particular choice stemmed from, I didn't want to be in school anymore, honestly. I didn't want to be in school anymore. I didn't want to really be in the classroom anymore. And I knew if I pursued my graduate education right after I graduated with my bachelor's, it would be a waste of money, somebody's money, hopefully not my money, but it would have been a waste of money, and it would have been a waste of time because I wouldn't have been as focused and as interested. And you want to make sure that if you're pursuing any option, honestly, that you do it with 100% of you, and that you have your, you know, your best potential put forth. And I think a gap year is taken when you need some time to think about what you want, when you need time to kind of, you know, reflect on yourself, but also just you realize like, hey, that's just not for me right now. So I'm going to do something else in the meantime.
That's great as well. Anybody else? Yeah, and my only addition would be gap years are really good to either explore what you want to do or confirm your interests. So I would say trying to do, whether it be volunteering, doing, because sometimes we can't always find a job in our field because they do want all these requirements. They want you to have a college degree, but even if you could work at a job that can like support you, do some income, and then try to do an internship during a gap year, those are really valuable experiences and connections to make so that when you go to the next step, you'll be prepared.
I guess, can I add one more thing? Just that I think a gap year is a great thing to do, but I have known some people who have said that they're going to take a gap year and now they're still taking gap years. You know what I'm saying? So like, make sure that you have an end goal in mind, or that you're working towards something and not just taking a gap year and then it turns into 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, and then you don't really know where you're going anymore, right? So make sure you have a vision during that time.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ms. Kaitlyn. And I might put you on the question. I think it was John's question. Let me make sure that said, what are just the pros and cons, or Dev, the pros and cons for any long-term or short-term goals? So just like, how do you make those decisions? How do you stay on track for your vision? I feel like that's kind of a similar question. So maybe we can answer that later. But the next option is the military. And so the military has a few different branches. They have the Army, which is like more on the land. You would serve like, you know, they just say land, but it could be any land, whether usually overseas. You stay focused on like the ground areas, whereas the Navy is more in the sea. So you would be like protecting people the ships, the submarines. They do have a small section of like planes, because you know you have to be able to see all of the seas, so they need people up top and in the water. Then you have the Air Force, that is mostly in the air, and that's like their main form of combat. Then you have the Marines, who does a little bit of land and sea. And then you have the Coast Guard, who protects our borders. And they do kind of land and sea, but again, it's specifically focused on protecting our borders. So whether that be like, you know, the border, the Eastern Shore, the West Coast, the South, you know, the border between the US and Mexico and Canada and the US, and then the National Guard, they usually help out when you have like natural disasters. So when you hear about Hurricane Katrina or Harvey, they send out the National Guard, and you see people like lifting people out of, you know, just all that water and helping them off the top of their roofs and just keeping things organized. That's the National Guard. And then there are different like types of, I guess, levels that you can go into the military. So if you just want to do short-term service, maybe 4 or 5 years, and then get out, but still kind of have some benefits and connections to the military, you can do the reserves. And if you do the reserves for 4 to 5 years, you can make a longer commitment, but maybe you just want to try it out. Then there's enlisted. So enlisted versus officer. Enlisted means that you go straight after high school and you want to pursue the military for a career, but you might not have a college or graduate degree, which is not the worst, but they're just more benefits if you become an officer, which means you kind of do ROTC, you go to college, you can get paid a little bit more and have more positions and opportunities if you do get that degree and become an officer. So some of the pros are just that, you get paid education, so that's a good benefit. Structured days, you get to travel the world and serve your country. You also, my dad's in the Army, so one thing he always says is like, it's just a consistent source of income, because the government and the Army usually are always going to be paid for. So you usually never have to worry about being quote unquote out of a job unless you do something that gets you kicked out and things like that. And it's definitely like equal pay. You know, sometimes you hear about discrimination with women making less than men, all this stuff, but in the military, everything is pretty equal across the board. The only time it gets different is if you go up the ranks. Of course, the higher ranking you are, the more you get paid. So the cons are that it can be physically demanding, little control over your life, just because they tell you like where you have to go, when you have to go. There can be lasting side effects after being exposed to certain things, and it could be hard to maintain your relationships because you will be traveling a lot of the time. Did anybody have anything before we go on? We're almost to college, y'all, I promise. All right. Volunteer and service experiences. So these are kind of service programs aimed at solving a problem in the community. And a lot of the times, I feel like you guys might have heard of it. It's like AmeriCorps or Job Corps, and they're specified programs that, you know, serve like communities, whether that be like being a tutor in a classroom or a case manager, or helping to, you know, make sure our water is cleaner, just different kind of service kinds of jobs, making sure people are fed. And a lot of the times they're like 1 to 2 year programs that you can do. They'll give you a salary and a living stipend to help you stay. And you can either stay in your local community or you can travel to another state to help out with some of the same issues. So the good things about this is that you get to work, and you also kind of do, like, if you're really service oriented and you want to help people, it's a good experience to do that. A lot of the times they give you educational benefits. So if you do want to go to college later on in life, they have special like programs where if you served the community, you can get some of your loans paid off, or you can get a scholarship. And again, it could be an opportunity for you to travel, and then they help you with their living experience expenses when you get there. So you won't be traveling all over usually pick one place to go to. But like I said, it could be just nice for anyone who wants to like kind of get a different change in environment and scenery. Now you could just be going up one state to New Jersey or Virginia, but you might get lucky and maybe get to go to California. The only cons, well, not the only, but some of the cons is that it is a low salary. You're not going to be making a whole bunch of money because the whole point is that you really can just give back, get some experience, serve people. So it won't be like a whole bunch of checks. And you might need some education later, just because again, these are short-term options. They're usually like 1 to 2 year programs. That doesn't mean you can't apply to some other ones, and that you, when you get there, you can still be networking to take you to the next like stage that you want in your life. But this just all to say that these are usually just stepping stone opportunities. So for people who might want to take that gap year or leap year, this would be something that you want to do. It's not really something you like have a career in. All right, 2-year and 4-year college. Ms. Simone, did you want to tell everyone about the 2-year and 4-year colleges, and then we can get into these questions?
Yeah, of course. So after high school, or after your gap year, when you decide to go back to college, you have mainly two options: 2-year college, which is also community college, and I believe the best one we have in Maryland is CCBC, and then we have 4-year college. A lot of people have questions about, like, if community college is really good one, should I just go to 4-year, or like how should I approach it? I would say there is no wrong or right answer. However you feel like it, even if you go to community college, you can always move to 4-year after your associate degree. So the degree you get from community college is called associate degree, and then 4-year college is bachelor's. Some people just stop after associate degrees, but you can also, again, as I said, move to get bachelor's as well. Yeah, with associate degrees, you can have, it's available to certain, I'm sorry guys, I'm kind of nervous today, so please bear with me. Career options, but with a bachelor's, it just opens a road to more opportunities in terms of careers and networking and all of the good stuff. In both community colleges and 4-year colleges, there are tons of networking opportunities through clubs and sports and other organizations that you can be part of, including work as well. Clubs include Greek life and also other clubs focused on your major, so science club or library club or movie club. The kinds of clubs that are available in colleges is kind of insane. There was a club that I heard that focused on wine tasting. So there are several possibilities. Even if there's not a club that caters to your interest, you can make one for yourself. In college, you can do whatever you want, honestly, if you know the right people. And we will talk about how to make connections in the coming days. We have pros and cons of community colleges and 4-year colleges. Pros for community college is that it is faster, tends to have smaller class sizes. It is definitely cheaper, and I don't know if you guys know this, but if you come from a humble background, and you can actually attend community colleges for free as long as you fill out your FAFSA. So that's very, very important. FAFSA is so very important. And I saw a lot of questions about scholarships in the comment section. We will be talking about that tomorrow, Ms. Morgan and I, so please tune in. And also opportunity for transitions and partnerships. And speaking about it, we also gonna have a guest mentor who will talk more about their experience with community college and how they transition to a 4-year college afterwards. And I believe that's gonna be on Wednesday. Cons, limited options, as in there are not too many classes that they can offer major-wise, minor-wise, and since it is only 2 years, you can only take so many classes. Does not mean that you have to finish it within 2-year period. And all credits might not transfer when you apply to a 4-year college. And it is also not really the traditional college experience a lot of people look forward to. Yeah.
Thank you, Mrs. Simone.
All right, pros and cons for 4-year colleges. Pros is you get straight to your bachelor's degree, 4-year long. It again does not have to be 4-year long for you. You can take 5 years, 6 years, however, but you can just jump into getting bachelor's instead of associate and then bachelor's. And one great thing about 4-year college is that you can commute, but you can also get that college experience by staying on campus, dorm life. You're gonna have so many fun and crazy memories. I would definitely recommend everyone to stay on campus if possible, just for that college experience. And it also tends to help make connections and build networks if you do so. Which goes to my next point, expanding network. And then also, if you have a bachelor's degree, the chances are you're gonna get higher paying jobs. But that does not mean that, you know, with community colleges degree, you can't. It's all about possibilities. And with bachelor's, there's a higher chance. For cons, it is definitely expensive, especially if you attend a private college instead of a public one, or if you go to a public school that is not in state. So that tends to be a little bit expensive as well, but we're going to talk about finding the right scholarships and how you can budget through your whole college experience. I believe Ms. Simone and her friends will be talking about that topic. Another one is responsibility falls on individual. You definitely have to be your own parent. You have to tell yourself to, you know, this is not all about partying and going crazy with friends. I have my vision, you know, I'm here to get that degree to really work hard for my future. So you definitely have to be on your tippy toes and remind yourself. And it can take longer, you know, 4 years or sometimes a little bit more longer.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mrs. Simone. I appreciate all of y'all. I hope that was like a good overview. Y'all had a lot of great questions, so I'm gonna shut up so we can get right into them, as many as we can squeeze as possible. Cam, you wanna read some of the questions that people have that you feel like we should talk about before we get off today?
Sure.
Thanks, Cam.
One question was from Diabre, and it asks, well, Bree, y'all call her Bree, but her name's Diabre. And she said, do you think it's better to stay close to family just in case, or just go to a college that's more affordable no matter where it is, or the location?
That's a really good question.
I think it totally depends on a lot of different things. I don't think that there's like a black and white answer. I think that it depends on how close you are to your family, and if you want to see them often, how much you want to go out and get new experiences, maybe in a different state or a different city or things like that. So yeah, I don't think it has to depend just on either like finances or staying close to your family. I think there are a lot of really good reasons why you would want to leave and a lot of really good reasons why you would want to stay.
Absolutely. And I would just say to just whether it's family or just a support system, just trying to find maybe one person that can connect you. Because I know a lot of the times when you get to college, there are things that just come up that you just don't feel adult enough for. So whether that be just having an aunt, a cousin, a friend of a friend that you could just kind of rely on, those things are kind of important to think about when you're trying to find colleges and support systems. All right, Cam, what's next?
Okay, the next question is from out there. I think it got answered in the chat, but if you want to talk about it more, is do you suggest high school students going straight to college with no gap?
Yeah,
So I think so. I had said it depends on what's best for you. In the comments, because like I know that that's an answer to a lot of the questions, but honestly, that's the truth. So I kind of talked about like the gap years between my undergrad and my graduate. However, when deciding about going to college right after high school, I had another kind of reflection period, and I was like, if I don't go now, I'm not going. Because again, I was like, I don't want to be in school anymore. However, like if I do take this gap year, and like Miss Kaitlyn's point from earlier, if I do take this gap year, it's going to turn into 2, which is going to turn into 3, which is going to turn into 4, then I'm not going to go. So I'm very grateful that I did make that choice to go right after high school. But you have to kind of take some time with yourself and do that reflection, and know like what you're gonna be able to do, and like right now, and what you kind of might need to put on hold for right now.
Absolutely.
Okay. The next question is from Jamira, and it was, how was it coming out of college? Did your institution help you secure a job before graduating? If so, how did you, or what did you do to get those opportunities?
That's a good question.
I don't want to answer again, but I will just say one thing. Colleges have well, a lot of them have like career centers that do, help you. Like they have like different personality tests and different career matching tests, and you can be matched with an advisor. And so from personal experience, did my university help me? If I like used more of the resources, it would have, but I don't think I used the resources to its full capacity. So I had a little bit of trouble after college securing that full-time kind of opportunity. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
No, I think I would echo that same exact thing of, I think that most colleges have some sort of career center and they want to help you, but they're not going to hold your hand. Like it's going to be like, that was for me too. I did not take advantage of those resources. And so it was harder for me too. But I know a lot of people who did use them and then it was great. So it's a lot of personal responsibility, especially at that point when you're graduating college. I mean, you're going to be, they're just expecting you to be able to like do that stuff on your own as well, and to take initiative. So you kind of have to take that responsibility to reach out and find those resources yourself.
Absolutely. And guys, like the power of networking is so key. Like if you start having a part-time job or a internship that you do, I really suggest asking all your schools about work study, because those help. You can like work on campus. And I know a lot of people who, like you guys said, sometimes it's hard. You don't tap into all the resources that are there, but just building your network and connection could help you to get like a full-time job wherever you're working, whether it be an internship, on-campus job, things like that.
I definitely agree. I feel like it has to be some sense of like independence when you get to college. Like that's why people like when we're in HeartSmiles now, Miss Joni is like trying to prepare us to be independent, stand on our own when we actually get out there and get out into the world, and like things need to actually be taken into consideration so you can be prepared when you get to college and not feel like you're getting thrown to the wolves. So make sure you're like building that independence now so you don't have to worry about it too much in the future.
Absolutely. Preach, Cam.
Taylor asked, how was your process in 12th grade applying for college? Was it a lot of pressure?
I know we're definitely going to get into that. I feel bad because it definitely was kind of like not a wing it, but I don't know what I was thinking. It was just, I feel like people just don't prepare y'all. And then it becomes pressure at the end because now everyone's like, so what are you doing after high school? What are you? And I'm like, can you stop asking me? Because you weren't helping me with the FAFSA, with the things. So I hope that y'all feel confident after this week. But it definitely was a lot of pressure towards the end. But just doing the things y'all are doing now, staying connected to this week, creating your list, doing your Google searches, really sitting with yourself and saying, like, where am I at right now? Where do I want to be? Like Michelle said, what kind of lifestyle do I want to live? And what are the pathways I can take to get there? And then specifically for college, like making your college list, trying to go on the website, really doing your research, trying to take your SATs. And I know that Ms. Sisma, Ms. Mo, and Kim and Shala will talk about that next session. So I won't go too deep into it. But the whole point is that you need a process so that it's like less pressure. If you don't have any process and you just try to like wing it, that's when it's going to get out of hand.
Yeah, and just one thing to add, Miss Simone, that pressure, like people want you to become a doctor in 6 months. Like, I'm like, can you chill? Can you please just get off my back? So yeah, just don't let those people ask you all those millions of questions that you don't know the answers to kind of pressure you.
And I guess also to build off of both of those, if you need someone to help support, like I felt like I was winging it too because I didn't, but again, I didn't like ask for help and nobody offered to help me. And so I think I sort of just tried to do it on my own, but like, look at all of us on this screen. We are all here to help you. And so if there's not someone at your school or in your family that can help you out, like we're here to help you do those Google searches and to figure that out.
And then, sorry, I know, okay, I'm gonna shut up because we always run over. But Angel's question is, why don't people talk about trade school a lot? I just have to go on a quick tangent because it is so true. People want to give you options. They want to put their opinions, their pressure on you. So I just hope by the end of this, you guys really take away that don't let society and other people's idea of success tell you what it is. Really lean into what you're interested in, what your goals are. Ask people who are where you want to be, what they're doing and how they got there. Because I agree, knowledge is power and getting degrees is so helpful. I will never tell you guys that because I think it's so key that knowledge is one thing that no one can take away from you, but knowledge can be like educational, reading a book, but it is also lived experiences that are knowledge too. So you seek your own knowledge, you create your own knowledge. Don't let people tell you what you need to do and what's best for you. Because trade school can be great. If you know you want to do a career in construction or being a chef, decide, do I need to just go to trade school? Are there chefs that are owning their own business doing that? Or are they going to four-year colleges? Which one? Can I just go to a trade school? Because it's not like one is better than the other if you can get to your pathway to success and not have all this debt or whatever you need to do. So that's my quick thing. And I'm quiet.
We need Jules, Miss Simone. This was amazing.
Okay, I guess my jewel is you guys have options, so use them to the fullest. You have options. Don't let people limit you. You can succeed.
Yeah. Miss Kaitlyn, what's your jewel?
You know, I always get nervous giving my jewel.
Always. But your jewel always be so fire.
I guess my jewel is yeah, I guess building off of what Miss Mo said, just like anything that you do is going to be awesome. Like any choice that you make is the right choice for you. So don't let anyone else like get you down just by saying, like, don't let anyone determine the path that you're going to take.
Yeah. Miss Sushma, Miss Get Me to College. What's your jewel, baby girl?
My jewel is that it's okay to feel nervous with all this information thrown at you. It will take time to process, and we are there to help you through that. Don't feel that you're doing it alone. DM me, DM Miss Morgan, Miss Simone, Miss Kaitlyn. We will help you guide. I'm much better off screen than I am on screen, so definitely reach out to me. I would love to help you guys out.
Yo, everybody that didn't get a chance to be in the in-person Thriving Thursdays, y'all missing out. Y'all missing out because she is the bomb. Miss Money Mo, your jewel.
My jewel is to not let outside pressure overwhelm you or even honestly penetrate your mind. Because it'll only end bad, y'all. Don't let that pressure overwhelm you.
Well, that's right. Chaos Smoothies.
Touching on what I said before, over prepare now so you don't have to be underprepared later.
Woo! Yes. Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all for putting this together. This was amazing. Y'all, we ain't got no break. We just gonna slide right into the next one. Like, for real, for real. So, Miss Simone, what, we see you tomorrow? Same time?
Yes.
Same place?
Same place. Here we go.
I see you tomorrow. Thank you, Miss Simone.
Bye, y'all.
Thank you, Miss Shushma. Thank you, Miss Kaitlyn. Okay, who we got coming on here?
Shalom.
Yeah, okay. He ain't knocked on the door yet. Y'all, this is crazy, y'all. Y'all see how this happened? We just roll right into the next one. No break, no nothing. It's all good though. This was important though. This was important. And y'all had some great questions too, for sure.
Miss Joni, the breaks only be like 1 minute, 2 minutes anyway. So it's not really never a break.
Oh, it ain't a break. Oh, all right. It be feeling like at least 5 minutes, at least. There you go. Coach Johnson.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning.
I'm doing good. And you?
Good to see you. Is that exclusive you wearing?
Let's Calvin Klein.
Oh. Chaos Smoothies. What is she? Yo. Yo, I'm not about
At
to
least
get
if you're going to get here, rock out with something that we got going on.
At least.
About us.
At least, y'all.
Sorry, y'all. Sorry. I thought it was exclusive one today. I just had to throw a jacket on.
Q exclusive, where you at? I thought he was rocking the Calvin Klein exclusive partnership edition. I was going to have to get me one.
Now mine's in the closet. I'm away.
Y'all is crazy. All right, man. Well, what we doing today? It's just y'all?
Yeah.
Yes, what do you mean just us?
I mean, I'm just saying, like, yo, y'all big boying like that?
For real, that's how we
Yes.
do it.
Okay, take us over.
All right. So I wanted to say good morning. Thank everybody for coming on my session, and wish you all as well. And just coming and engage and like get more knowledge like during this week. So I hope everybody like stays in tune throughout the week. We're gonna do like a quick introduction. My name is Cam Moses. Cam, Chaos Smoothies, as y'all see the shirt. And I just thought of like be a part of this week because like I really feel like nobody can take education from you, and like why not prepare now? Even if you are like, it is something that's like it might seem early to you. I feel like you should still prepare now so you can be prepared for the future.
Okay. I'm going to introduce myself as well. My name is Coach Johnson, Shalard Johnson. I'm the creator of Mentoring Through Basketball Changing Lives. And I basically came on here today for the rest of the week, more essay, because I'm a high school graduate actually. I'm going to college now in North Carolina, Shawan University. So I just basically want to come on and tell you guys about my experience through the process of applying for colleges, SAT prep, SAT, ACT, stuff like that. So all education purposes as well.
All right. So today we're helping like narrowing down like with your college searches. And I just want to say like be intentional about the things that you do now, like when you're looking for colleges. So then that way you can prevent a lot of the drama that you might face when you're in college. So such as changing majors and stuff like try to take AP classes or challenges classes now, college classes to like get a taste of what you might expect in colleges. And just there is like a lot of variables when you're looking for colleges. So be open-minded about different things. So like today we're gonna like go over some questions to like look for when you're in college, well, looking for colleges, such as things that involve like location, academics, clubs, class sizes, different things like that, social life. And Shalor is going to give us like his experience, and I'll like share part of my experience as well, like is looking for scholarships and things right now, but more so Shalor so he can like really talk about the experience that he had since he's already like been accepted to colleges and everything. Is there
Yeah.
anything you
So
might want to add?
say it again.
I say, is there anything you want to add?
Not right now. If anything, I would just add it on to in the story.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So our first set of questions has to do with location. So the first question is like, what is the nature of the surrounding environment, urban, suburban, rural, etc., and is it to your liking? So like when you were looking for your colleges, Shalom, what did you expect to get like from out of your colleges? Like how did you expect it to be? Did you expect it to be urban like how we are in the city now? Or like far away where it wasn't that many things around it? Like what did you look for?
For me personally, I've been wanting to like get out of the city, get out of Baltimore, Maryland as well. So I tried to apply for colleges out of Maryland as much as possible. So I think only I applied to like 2 colleges in Maryland, was probably like Bowie and Frostburg. And, Frostburg's in Frostburg, Maryland. And, Bowie, I think it's like Bowie, Maryland. But excuse me. But like I try to just basically brighten my horizon. I really don't want to be in the city for college, so I just definitely try to get away as far as possible, like very, very far as possible. Because I'm not saying like I don't like Baltimore and stuff like that. It's just I want to brighten my horizon, explore new things. So definitely for me, college was like one thing for me, and the college location it had to be far away.
All right. Adding kind of edits to that, like Zion X, are you staying on campus?
Yes, I am staying on campus because first I don't know if it's every school, but it's like mostly every university. Once you like, if you're a freshman, you have to stay on campus. I still don't know if it's every school, but I know for my school, I have to stay on campus for my freshman year. I think my sophomore, junior year, senior year, I can leave, but freshman year, I got to stay on campus. But I plan to stay on campus for all 4 years as well, anyway. So.
Okay. The next question is, what is the size of the school's campus, both in terms of acreage, so like how, like the geographic like point of view, and then like the number of students. So like, what did you look for when you were looking for colleges?
Yeah, definitely. For me, I was looking for more of a bigger school because I'm a very social person, so I would like to go to like a bigger school to talk about stuff like that. But the school I go to now, it's not a big school. It's mostly like it's a medium-sized school. It's not a lot of people there. It's about a cool, I would say, 24 or 5,000 people there maximum. The racial, I definitely for me, and I know for some of us too as well. You have to look at the ethnicity. I think that's how you say it. The race, but it's more of you just gotta look at it. Some people like to go to a PWI, and some people like to go to a HBCU. I mean, I'm very like I don't really care what school it is as long as I get my education. But then again, I don't want to be like disgraded or like go into there and get disrespected because of my race. So I basically looked at the race because I can't say the other word, but I looked at the race, and it's like half Black people, half are Caucasian, half Asian. So it's like it's a diverse community there as well. So that's another thing you should look at as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like for me, I'm personally look for like HBCUs because I feel like I'll personally be more comfortable going to a HBCU. I'm not sure like the size or anything of how I want the campus and everything, but I know I want to like have a lot of social interactions or have a whole bunch of clubs that I can attend to. Just have like options. I don't want to be like put in a box or anything. So that's kind of what I'm looking for now is like a HBCU that'll have me be like social and everything. Not too much about like the size of the school or anything. The next question is like, is the weather during the academic year to your liking? So like, for certain places like New York, like it's really cold in the wintertime and stuff like that. Like it's harsh weather, but like is your college that you're going to now or about to go to, like, did you like looking, was that like a factor into you looking to that specific college? And also tell people what college you're attending as well, because I don't know if everybody knows too. So tell them that.
Yeah, I do want to apologize for my voice. It's been going in and out all morning. So if it sounds like I just woke up or something, I didn't. I've been up since like 9 o'clock in the X cam, but like it's just my voice that keep going in and out. But I'm attending Shawan University. I got a little, let me see, a little bomb stick. You guys can see it. Shawan University. They sent that to me when they sent me my little schedule and stuff like that. The school is located in Murfreesboro, North Carolina. So the weather down there, I was born in January. So it's like I like the cold, but then again, like I don't. So it's like, I mean, I like the cold, but then again, I don't like the cold every day, all day. So, but like when it's wintertime down there, like it looks very, very pretty when it snows. So that's another thing I looked at. Like it looks very, very pretty when it snows. But then, in North Carolina, when it snows really, really bad. So like, you're like, you'll have like classes get canceled, but then again you won't, because like I said, the college it's like a small campus. So like if my dorm over this way, my classes would be all over here, and it's like one big building where all my classes in. So it wouldn't be like I have to go to like 4 or 5 different buildings for different classes, where it's just like one big building with all classes in it and stuff like that. So for me, the weather was definitely something I looked into. It definitely do snows down there, but when it snows a lot. And it also looked pretty too. So I really didn't take about the snowing a lot. I really affected, because they said if it do snow a lot, well, it'll probably be told, it'll probably be like shoveled out, moved out before we even have class started anyway. Or if that's the case, class will be canceled, and be online. Stuff that we doing now, But so I wouldn't even have a problem with doing classes online, even if it snows out there. So the weather was definitely, it wasn't a big factor, but it was definitely a factor, just for me to like feel out to see how it felt. I went down there in October. It was pretty like, I wouldn't say warm, but it wasn't cold. Like I probably wore like this and another jacket, and that was probably it, because it was like not that cold outside. So yeah, I would say the weather is pretty good.
All right, we have like a lot of questions in the comments, so I'm gonna touch on them too. But the next question is from Isis, and it said, "What are the benefits of expanding your horizons by going to college outside of your usual community?" So Shalor, you can touch on that first, and then I'll say my point of view on it.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Isis, for me, I like to travel a lot. Like I'm a real big person on traveling. Like I like to get on planes. I like to get on. You can ask Elder. Me and Elder, we can just get on the MARC train, $8, and go to DC and back, and that'd be the best day of my life. Like I just love to travel. So for me to go down North Carolina to go to school, it's like a big step for me. Like I just love to like travel. So like that 6-hour ride will be like the best day of my life. It's like it's just for me. So, but on everybody else hand, breaking your horizon is a very good thing. So you can build your social capital up, so you can know more people and have different connects in different places. So like I can go down North Carolina, have connects with people down there, and I can bring them back to Baltimore, so it can be connects from HeartSmiles from Baltimore to North Carolina. So stuff like that. So like I have different type of varieties of like people know me down in Virginia. I know people in Virginia, South Carolina. I know people in West Virginia, DC, stuff like that. So I'm like in the DMV, but when I go to college, it's more of it's like different type of varieties and different type of people. Like, so like I'm going down south. So, that's where the cornfields at. That's where people start farming. That's what That's where all the like old country stuff at. Like I heard one thing is called steak fish. I never heard of a steak fish a day in my life. Or I never thought it's not a steak fish. It's called a steak ham steak. I think it's called ham steak. I never heard of that. So stuff like that is like different for me. So like when you write, it's like it's real good to brighten your horizon so you can know new things and learn new things, have different connects, and build your social capital up.
I definitely agree. I feel like any college you get to like network and expand your network, but like more so out of what you're used to. So like, I mean, you can still learn things from like being going to Morgan or like CCBC. That's something like close, but I feel like going like further than what you already know. Like you get to learn a new location, a new place, new people, a new culture, different cultures at that. Like it's different people from different places everywhere. Like I said again, but like really learning a new location, not being confined in one space is really important. So I feel like that's why it's good to like expand your horizon. You never know what opportunities you'll get from going somewhere else as well. Like being like you're not meant to stay in the same place forever. Like doing the same things, being the same way, having the same schedule is not supposed to be like that. So everything's always supposed to be evolving and changing. So I feel like that's definitely a big factor in what college I'll go to and like how I'm gonna really take like it into consideration of like expanding my horizon.
Yeah,
The
definitely,
next
definitely.
question. Oh my bad. The next question is from Mar, and this is for you, Shalal. He says, "I want to know what the difference is between an HBCU and a PWI." Shalal, you're going to a PWI so far. What do you like about the school, and are you serious about leaving home, going to their college?
Yeah, that's a great question, Mar. I wouldn't say I'm going to a PWI because a PWI is basically predominantly white institution, and that's when like most of your school is basically predominantly white. My school is not predominantly white. My school is definitely mixed. It's like 10% here, 10% here, 50% here, 60% here. So it's like it's different like mixtures. So I'm not going to a predominantly white school. I'm not going to HBCU either. So I don't know what's exactly what they call those type of schools, but it's not a PWI, it's not a HBCU. But the benefits of me going to that school, I said it earlier, like it's just me bringing my horizon and learn new things and learn new people. When I went down there for a visit day, that was called scholarship day, and I went down there, had an interview to get a scholarship, and I was meeting a whole bunch of new people, but they was people of our kind. So like I was meeting people from Virginia, I'm meeting people from Fredericksburg, Maryland, So like it's a lot of people from Maryland actually coming to that school. So just because they're not our race, they're kind of in our area where we live at. So they kind of do the same things we do, play the same sports we play. They might not have the same slang or the same words we say, but they still type of our people. But they're very cool. I kind of made a couple friends already, So it's like it's real mellow. Like it's no, I don't feel like I'm gonna be getting like discriminated by anybody or that black or they're white, stuff like that. I just don't feel as though I would do that. But like I said, the black people they're down there, they're from Virginia, what can I say, Virginia, Bowie, Fredericksburg, Laurel, stuff like that. So it's a lot of Maryland, Virginia, and North Carolina all in one mixture, and they all different type of races. So that's good for me. But HBCU, it's the benefits of going to HBCU. Basically, you're around a lot of people of your kind. Everybody is more community, like Black activist communities, more opportunities for African American people. So stuff like that. When you go to a PWI, it's more of a high standard, high SAT scores, high rates of education. So they expect you to do way better. That's just the expectations of a PWI. There's nothing wrong with it, but a lot of African American people go to the PWIs and beat expectations of what they expect for us to do. So, I mean, in my case, you can just go whatever school you feel like you feel comfortable in. My school is in the middle, so that's what I like to choose. So yeah.
Okay, Mark kind of added to his question, and he said, if you don't mind, can you mention the SAT and ACT score to get into the school that you got accepted to, and how were you able to get a scholarship?
Well, that's a great question. I kind of felt embarrassed about my SAT score in the beginning of the year, but I really don't feel embarrassed about it no more because, as you can see, I went to the school, got a whole 4-round scholarship, and off my SAT score and my GPAs, and basketball is that too. So I really don't feel embarrassed more. But the SAT standard for them was like SAT standard for them was 800, and then the GPA is a 3.0 off the bat. When I first started that year, I was a junior and I went to the college fair, and I'm not gonna lie to y'all, I promise y'all, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I went in there and I was just talking to them. We were just literally having a nice talk. You know how they have college fair. It was all in the gym. We had a nice little conversation. I went to Frostburg, my dream school. I'm not gonna lie to you, it was my dream school. I really love Frostburg. But then I went over there and he was like, I told her my GPA and she was like, oh yeah, you might as well don't even apply. We're not even gonna accept you. And I was sitting there, I was like, you know what? I'm hurt, but I don't even care. So it was a whole bunch of other colleges in the gym. So I'm gonna just go ahead and look around. So then I see, Shawan over there. So I go over there, basically, they got to board it up. They got the little stuff out and stuff. So I get to talking to him stuff. He was like, yeah, what's your GPA? What's your SAT score? But he asked me that until like the end of the whole conversation. So I was like, my GPA was a 2.6 in my junior year. And then he was like, what's your SAT score? And I said, SAT score is at 700 right now. He was like, don't even worry about that. And he was like, you know what, I'm gonna admit you on site. So he basically gave me a mission on site. He was like, you're admitted in the college. He basically was on his computer, writing my name and stuff down. He told me to go in there, fill out some more information. So I filled in more information. Then he gave me this exact date to come down there for a scholarship. So when I went down there for a scholarship, it was the leadership scholarship. So basically everything I was doing in Baltimore, I just had to put it in like one big essay and bring it down to North Carolina and talk about it, which was so easy for me. So I went down there, I got a university scholarship. No, that was a leadership scholarship. So basically, at the end, I ended up with the university scholarship, the leadership scholarship, the Shawan University grant scholarship, and all of that. That basically paid for my whole college at that. So I didn't have to pay nothing out of pocket. So I'm kind of glad that Frostburg declined me because it was like I had a big opportunity somewhere I was waiting for me. So I was like, I don't even care about Frostburg anymore. And even Frostburg, when they snow up there, it snowed real bad anyway. So I'm just kind of happy. So yeah, for me, it was just basically like SAT scores and GPA scores was not even a big factor for me at that time because I was like, wow, my GPA is so low. Like I was kind of hurt because my SAT score was a 700. And it was only because like I wouldn't say, how much Johnny be really cracking about Douglas. No, like for real, Douglas is really like, it's not a good school to go to if you really want your academics. But I did learn a lot out of Douglas. And then I retook my SAT score at the end and I think I got a 900. So I was kind of happy with that. So then when I took the SAT score again, they gave me another scholarship for that too. So it's like every time I got a higher SAT score, they gave me a higher scholarship. So it was just good from there. So more of that story, I just want to say, don't be sad or depressed about your SAT score or your GPA score because you can take your SATs as many times as you want. You'll probably have to pay for it, but it's not a lot. But your GPA, for me, my GPA was so low. It was a 2.6 because my freshman year in Mervo, I kind of got messed up. I was always in the mix of fighting, stuff like that. So I was in a mix. So that's why my GPA was so low. But if I'd have went to Douglas all 4 years, I probably would have had like a 4.0 because I was passing Douglas classes like it was nothing. I graduated with all B's, so it was just nothing to me. So yeah, that's my part.
Yeah, I definitely would add to what you said. Like from your experience, I'm just like, this add to Miss Joni part about just being consistent and like showing up for things. Like you didn't expect to like get a leadership scholarship or whatever, but that's what you were showing, and that's what you've been showing. That's what people got from you, and like it opened up a new door. It wasn't what you expected, but it opened up a bigger opportunity for you. So everybody, like I'm just saying again, be intentional about everything that you do now, because you never know how people are going to view it later on in life. It's a lot of questions too. So let me
That's good.
catch
Let's
up
go.
on those again. Mars said, what are your plans after college?
Oh, that's a very good question. If anybody who knows me like very seriously, like you really know me, my plans after college is to have my own law firm. That's pretty difficult. That's probably like a high goal, but it was just somebody on the news. She's 25 years old, running for her own law firm. But for me, in 10 years, I kind of want to speak into existence. I want to mark my words, and in 10 years, I want to have my own law firm. If I don't have it, at least I'm going to have a startup. At least I'm going to have a name, something like at least something that's going to be mine for a law firm. I'm real big on wanting to be a lawyer. I actually wanted to be a judge, but in order to be a judge, you have to be a lawyer. So I'm gonna be a lawyer first. Do my criminal defensive lawyers. Do my internships at the public defender's office and stuff like that. So my plans after college is, to have my own law firm and to be a lawyer, so I can pursue my dream of being a judge.
Yes. Do you like, this is me, this comes from me. But like, do you have like a plan in mind for how you're going to get there? Or is it just like you had a one big goal of like having a law firm, or do you have like after college I'm gonna do this, that? Like, is it really like a plan, or is it like something that is kind of like in the works as of right now, like of what you're gonna do in order to pursue that goal or pursue that dream?
I kind of want to start off with a quote for this. I think it was Frederick Douglass who said this, but it's if you plan to fail, you fail to plan. So you just can't have a goal and don't have a plan to get to the goal. So for me, I'm gonna take all 4 years. I'm gonna take all law. I'm gonna take all law leadership classes. I'm an intern. I'm gonna do opportunities. I'm gonna go out to different countries, find out about that law program. So it's all a process. Like I can't just sit up there and be like, I can't take biology and be like, oh yeah, I want to get a law firm and I get out of college, and I don't do nothing for a law firm. I'm already in the steps of know how to run a business and basically doing business management while I'm in Baltimore as well. So it's basically when I get to college, I'm gonna use my business management skills, and then I'm gonna use my leadership skills, and then I'm gonna go in and take law classes. So all three of those are gonna be the same factor. Then I'm gonna do internships out of state. I'm gonna do a public defender. I'm gonna do a public defender opportunity. So I have plans for this, that, and the third, and I'm gonna start that as a freshman in college. You don't want to sit there and start in your junior year or your senior year and try to start doing it, because if you do that, you're not gonna really accomplish your goal by the time you get out of college. For me, as a trying to be a lawyer, you still have to go to law school. I think it's like 12 years of school, 12 years in school in total. So after college, after like regular class, I have to go to like law school, and I have to do 8 years of that, and then come out with my degree, and then I can do my law firm. But I can still at least, like I said, get the trading registered, or at least find a location where I can put it at least find a specific state that I want to get my the law firm at. It's a test. I forgot what the test called. I had the test yesterday, but it's a test you got to take to be a lawyer and stuff like that. So I'm gonna study for the test as well. Like I said, go to classes for law. So basically, if you plan to fail, you fail to plan. So you got to plan now to get to your goal. Because if you got a goal and don't have a plan, how you gonna reach your goal?
Yeah, that's one of my favorite quotes. My father said it to me all the time. But like, they definitely go into like how I do stuff now from like a day-to-day basis, even though it might just be not necessarily for colleges, but like just to keep me organized and make sure I'm on track to pursuing goals that I have now. It's like you're planning, you put like a little bit of each goal in your schedule every day. It's like you can make a whole bunch of progress by just making it a habit and doing things that'll help you pursue that goal. So just be intentional about everything that you do, like from a day-to-day basis, week to week, like over the course of the years. Like even if you're going to do something, like put things to the side to like do on the weekends or something, but make sure you're always like being intentional about what you do now so you can put it towards your goals. The next question is for Diabre. I think this is for you, Shalot, but it says, how do you handle school and sports at college?
Yeah, I think a lot of my family said the same thing to me, because it's like, yo, trying to be a lawyer and playing basketball, it's like gonna be hard. For me, it's not hard at all, because I was playing basketball and running the whole business. Come on now, like if you think, this is for me. If you sit there and you allow yourself to think about stuff that's going to be hard for you, it's going to be hard. Like you can sit here and be like, oh, it's college going to be hard. It's going to be hard. Then it's going to be hard. My aunt Kim, she always say to me, you make I forgot how she said it. What you put in is what you put out. So what you put in is what you get out. Or She said, "Oh, life is what you make it." That's the quote she always say to me. Life is what you make it. So for me, college and sports is not going to be hard at all. It's just going to be like, it's just going to be school basketball, school basketball. You always say it like, um, what kind of good example for me? What can I do a good example? LeBron James. I mean, I really don't like LeBron James, but LeBron James, he's a whole NBA player. Like this man's a whole NBA player, right? Millionaire. He runs a whole basketball team on the side. Like he can, if he can run a basketball team and do an NBA and do NBA players, and they got games like day after day after day. Come on, now, I can do college and do basketball. Like that's not hard at all. Probably the hardest part will probably be, me doing away games and still trying to attend classes, but even think you got your coaches, you got your other teammates who's doing the same thing that you're doing as well. So for me, college and sports is it's not a bad thing. It's just like high school. You're doing your schoolwork because you still got schoolwork in high school. You still got college games too. You still got basketball games too. So only factor would be, in college, like you'll have 3 different games and 3 like on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and they'll all probably be away games. You'll be away. You'll be in a hotel. Basically traveling from city to city, country to city, state to state, with games, but you're still got to do your schoolwork as well. So it's basically you got to learn how. It's going to be a lot of time management in your hands. You got to learn how to basically, break down your time. What time you're going to do this? What time you're going to do this? Practice at 6 a.m. I'm going to go to class at 8 o'clock online, stuff like that. So it's more of a time management thing. But life is what you make it. If you sit there and think about it's going to be hard, then 9 times out of 10 it's going to be hard because your mindset is already saying it's going to be hard. I can't do it. So that's just for me.
Yeah, I feel like that ties into like you have to be for the thing that you do, anything that you do, you have to be mentally ready before you actually like do it. I feel like that's a process with everything. Like if you can believe you can do it now, or it's something that you already know, like in the back of your head, you have to do. Like I think Miss Joni's book that she read had said something about leaders do what they have to do, not what they want to do, or something like that. But like you have to always remember the things that you need to do in order to pursue the goals that you have. One of the next questions, I don't want to forget the other question. It was other questions in between, but I scrolled up because I know I forgot one of her questions. And she said, for me, will I be going to a college that accepts all the AP credits I took? So I think like now, like even the other day, like I was looking on College Board to see like the certain scores that the colleges that I may want to go to, like are accepting or whatever, and like what classes that is equivalent to, because when you pass the AP test, that's like equal to a class or maybe even 2, like depending on what score you get. So I'm definitely like looking into that because I feel like it will save me a lot of time and allow me to get more to like my major and everything. So I'm definitely trying to go to a college that'll accept my AP credits. The next question was from Zion. It said, what classes are you taking? It's for you, Shala.
What classes am I taking? I actually have my schedule. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, you can share your screen.
Okay, let me go ahead and look. I have it in my photos. It's probably kind of hard to see, but I'm gonna go ahead and explain it just so I can explain it so y'all guys can like see it. So, this is I can't see my address. These are my classes I'm taking. First, it's called a first year experience because I think all freshmen have to take this class. It's called like, it's basically like, what can I say? You know how high school got syllabus and stuff like that, and it's like all the syllabus, they go over syllabus and stuff like that. That's a class in college. I don't know why, but it's a class. I'm taking that class. I'm taking a college writing class, and my professor name is Dr. Vickens. I'm taking a racism, violence, and modern world history class, which is with my professor, Dr. Snyder. And then I'm taking an intro to college mathematics. That's Miss Martha. And then my minor is going to be psychology. So I'm taking a general psychology class, and that'll be my 5th class. As you can see, my dates, Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday, Monday, Wednesday, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. So, and then look at the times. Another thing I want to talk about too, before we go on to the next question, is times. You also have to look at your times for your colleges. Look at your times for your classes. So basically my admissions counselor was basically asking me, are you a morning person or are you an afternoon person? Me, honestly, I did not like getting up 6 o'clock in the morning to go to school. It just wasn't for me. So I told him, I said, I like afternoon classes. The 11 o'clock class was a class that I had to take at 11 a.m. because it was like a freshman class. Everybody had to take it. So that was the only class. It was 11 a.m. But as you can look at it, as you can look, I got a 1 o'clock class, 2 o'clock class, 2:30, and then 6 o'clock because I'm not a morning person. I don't like to get up early in the morning. And, they all have to equal up to at least 15 hours in the week. So I got a 2-hour class, 4-hour class, no 4-hour class, 3 hours, 3 hours, and no 3 hours. Equal to 15 right there. So that's just basically my schedule right there. So that's what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 classes. All of them college classes too. So yeah, that's my schedule.
Yeah, I definitely like that. Like your schedule kind of fits to what kind of person that you truly are. Cause like I feel like how can you succeed if you don't put yourself like in a place to be like comfortable or content with the type of situation that you're in. Um, so the next question is from Jamira. It's for you, Shiloh, again. I don't want to make it seem like you're in a high spot, but they want to really know like the experience that you got. So it was, how was it for you to get scholarships by you being out of state? What was the process?
Um, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't want to brag, but like, scholarships was like easy for me. Like, it was real easy. Like, I really had to do anything to get the scholarships I had now. I think like the hardest thing, and like the most hardest thing for me to do to get a scholarship was actually just going down to the college, and that wasn't even hard. I would say it's hard because I had to get up again. I had to get up like 3 o'clock in the morning just to take that drive down all the way down North Carolina. So, but it was just like I said earlier, I don't want to brag, but like scholarships kind of easy because it's the type of person I am. Like, and I think Miss Joni and I think the whole HeartSmiles for this too, because they basically taught me how to like be an independent person, have that leadership skills, how to talk. Basically, what I'm trying to say is if you can talk to somebody, and you can really like show them who you are by just talking to them, I'm telling you, it's opportunities just going to just open up just like this. Because if you can't have a sit down conversation with somebody, you not like you lost them. Like if we having a man came here have a conversation and the conversation is nothing interesting or nothing, the conversation really didn't get nowhere. It was no interest in the conversation. Like I said earlier, me and the mission counselor just had a conversation at the table, and I got admitted on site just because of the conversation, like because of the person I am. So, like for me, like I said, it was just me, a lot of talking, a lot of me just showing them my exact work that I do. And then once I bring that essay down there, that all the stuff I'm doing with HeartSmiles and my business stuff like that, that was just like the sale of the deal right there. I just like earned it. Like when I got my award letter, I got some scholarships that I didn't even know I was getting. So like it's just like if you know how to talk to somebody, and you know how to project yourself, and like really if you got stuff behind it that like actual actions to back it up, you'll be good. Jamira, for you, you'll definitely be good. So if you apply to colleges out of state, you'll definitely be good with scholarships. It's not even a big problem. Um, Actually, and then another thing, my school, how the school offer you all the Pell Grant, or they offer you like the college bound scholarships, stuff like that. I didn't get none of those scholarships because I didn't apply for them because I knew I didn't need them. Like stuff like that, like applying for scholarships and not even saying the person, I just really don't like that. If I can come to you, talk to you in your face, sit down, have a conversation with you, show you some pictures and videos of what I do, then I'm pretty sure of me getting a scholarship. But if I'm sitting there writing you a letter, I mean, not from writing a letter, but if I'm sitting there writing you a letter and just telling you, be like, oh yeah, I want to meet this person. Like some people will be like, if I'm reading a letter and you talk about you want some money from me, I'm gonna want to meet you. So that's just how it is because anybody can write a letter. That's just for me. Like I just know how to talk to somebody. And I wasn't like bragging about this money, but I just know how to talk. Like I know how to project myself.
I feel like that definitely go into like how you represent yourself. Like I think on Stinker and Elder Raw Talk, they was talking about like self-image. Like how do you see yourself and how do you want other people to see you? And like you definitely use it to your advantage, especially like within your college and stuff. So like I feel like everybody, like even with social media, like even though things might seem cute or cool for the moment. Like, think about the long-term effect of one post. You don't never know who like on your page looking for things, or like might screenshot your post, something that you might not necessarily think represents you the best. So just always be intentional. Like I said, I'm gonna keep saying this throughout the whole thing. Like, be intentional about everything that you do. Don't be posting like with a gun or middle fingers and stuff on your page and then expect to get a whole bunch of college acceptances. They're not gonna want you. Or
And
no,
another thing,
Flashing money when you owe
oh,
people
there we
money.
go. There we go. That's say that.
right,
I swear to God, I say
right.
that, Miss Doty. Please, sit up here and flash your money because listen, I'm gonna tell you exactly what I be doing. You sit up there and you have all your money out. I'm gonna count it. I'm gonna sit up there and count it. I'm gonna count it, and then I'm gonna look at the clothes you wearing, and then I'm gonna see if you got a job, and then I'm gonna see how many times you ask somebody for money. So you sit up there, you post your money, you got $43,
No.
and then you sit up there and you got Walmart clothes on, and then you sit up there asking Miss Joni for $200, and it's not making sense. Like you can't do that. You just can't. I'm sorry, and I'm just throwing, and like I can't. I'm sorry, but keep going with the questions. I'm sorry.
Hey, yo, it's not adding up, yo. That's
Did
what I
he
be
just
saying, yo.
go in
How
real
you
quick?
flexing my everybody? Yes.
Yo, I
People
had
out.
to, yo. I had to. Like you can't sit up there and be like,
Thank you,
yo, I
Coach
got
Johnson.
and you got $43, but you asking Miss Joni for $200. Like, what's going on?
Thank
So
you, Coach
Hey, yo.
oh,
Johnson.
you want to flash that
He
too?
went in.
Or you want to
I
flash your
was
two hundred
just gonna
dollars
say
too?
don't be flashing money when you owe people money, but he went all the way in.
Oh my God. All right, let's get back to some of these questions. All right, so I'm gonna ask one for me so you can get the spotlight off you real quick. Shall give you a little mental break. But Mara asked me, are you looking forward when selling smoothies in college? Can you maintain that in schoolwork? What HBCU inspires me the most? So I am actually looking forward to selling smoothies in college. Like, I don't want to, like, this pandemic, for example, like a lot of people would expect me to stop selling smoothies or certain businesses to stop. But like, I feel like nothing is ever going to be an obstacle to like stop me from actually pursuing my business and pursuing my dreams and everything. So I am looking forward to doing that in college. So I think I can maintain that in schoolwork because I'm like, I do that now. And it's just going to be like on a higher scale, on a different level. I might be in a different state. So um I am looking for that. And then what HBCU inspires me the most? I'm not quite sure yet. There's a lot of HBCUs that I like. So the next question for you though, Shalor, is how did you know Show On was the right fit for you?
Shawan. I mean, because like, when I was at Douglas, I visited a lot of schools. You do like visits. It's like nobody there, and I don't understand that. Like, if I'm doing a visit to your school, it definitely should be students there to welcome me. It was like one student, the tour guide, but like, where's the other students? Or like, where's your classes? Like, they'll be like, oh yeah, this is the gym, and this is the room where you do the printing. I'm like, but where's the students? Like, where's the interaction? So Shawan, when I went down to Shawan, it was like the students was running everything. They was doing interviews, they was doing the walkings, they was doing the talking, they was doing everything. So like I knew it was my right fit when I got down there, and it was students running everything. Basically how Miss Joni is, I kind of grew into like same type Miss Joni spirit is when you let students run stuff. Like if you feel as though that you got the right leaders, right leaders to run stuff, then let them run it. Like don't have your staff running everything. Don't have your team running everything. Let your students work for you. So I kind of like that's kind of knew how it was right fit for me because there's a lot of leaders there. They even had a thing called the Leadership Scholarship. And then they had like a little ceremony where it was like 200 people that had the Leadership Scholarship. So I know the school was about leadership. I'm a Christian as well. I go to church every Sunday. I go to church with Elder. Shout out to Destiny's Church. But like the school was a Christian church too, so like all around the school was different churches as well. Every Sunday they post different type of quotes about church quotes, stuff like that of the Bible. So I knew it was right for me at that. There was a D2 school, Division II NCAA basketball. Come on now, I love basketball, so yeah, the Division II school, like it was that. So yeah, that was that for me. Yeah, so yeah, that's kind of all the benefits I had, like the D2, the spiritual, the leaders, leadership scholarship. So that's kind of how I knew it was right for me.
Yeah, I love that. I feel like it gotta be like some type of alignment in like the things that you do you like you find interesting. Like you like um like college basketball. You want like basketball is something that you truly wanted in college, so that you made sure you look for that when you was looking for colleges and things like that. And like you're religious, so you're looking for that religion to be on campus. It's something easy and convenient for you. So it's just like seeing how your values align to the college that you're looking for. Um, the next question is, oh, I asked this, but Shalab asking you, like, how many times do you recommend people taking the SAT?
I only say 3 times. I took mine twice. I was ready to take it again, but the corona shut it down. So I would say 3 times.
That's good. Um, the last question is for me, and it's from more. Is what is your goals after high school, as well, and what are some words you can give to a freshman and sophomores that are looking forward on going to great college? Do we have to push harder? So, my goals at the high school is just like pursuing smoothies more. Like I probably want to try to get a store, possibly like while I'm in college, start a nonprofit or whatever. Like so, like now with Selfless Sunday, it's kind of giving me like a sample of how I can be later on when I do start my nonprofit and everything. Um, to freshmen and sophomores, I would tell people to prepare, practice with things now, SAT prep and everything, so you can prepare for colleges and tests. Anything else? Yeah, don't just do anything now. Just like actually work and do things. Like don't be like, oh, just because I failed this last quarter, like I'm gonna just settle for this. Like still do good and still push harder. Like even if you got a certain GPA this quarter, maintain a GPA next quarter or get a better GPA and possibly like ask your teachers or ask people around you like what things you can do to do better next time. Um am I looking forward on going to great colleges? Yeah, of course I want to go to a great college because it's like um I got just nothing but greatness. Like meeting new people, networking with new people. It's just like even on success sessions, like people getting on here, like networking with new people, getting new opportunities is like a blessing. So I am looking forward to the same thing in colleges, maybe on like a greater scale. And I feel like you always got to push harder. Don't overwork yourself because I do that sometimes. But like make sure you're doing what you had to do. Don't just be settling. Don't be a couch potato. Nothing like that. So, yeah. If anybody else want to add like some encouraging words or something too for that question, y'all can.
I kind of just basically want to say, piggyback off what you said. Excuse me, I had to take that stretch. Like you said, don't be a couch potato and stuff like that. College and yeah, definitely don't be lazy. College is something that always keep on your feet. But another thing about college, when you go to college, I'm gonna do the college and I'm gonna do high school. It's kind of backwards, but college, everything's on your feet. So enjoy your time now because I'm telling you, in college, I'm not even in college now, but I just know a lot of people that's in college. You ain't gonna get those home cooked meals no more. You barely you'll eat, but you'll have to probably like stop by the cafeteria and get a couple and get a couple bites in, and then gotta run the next class, stuff like that. Basically, college is more of noodles, peanut butter and jelly, and a Gatorade type thing. Like everything is fast. Like everything is like this. It's college. You don't have time to sit down and make your steak and potatoes or your roast beef, or on Sundays how Miss Johnny be going, she get her crabs and you eat your crabs with your roommate. Like you ain't gonna have time to do that. Especially if you trying to be a lawyer at your law firm, I'm not gonna have time to do none of that. You'll eat some noodles. You feel me? Get a nice little Gatorade, or not even eat noodles. You'll probably eat a peanut butter and jelly, some cereal, some Gatorade, and you be good. And you just gotta do your work because you gonna be studying on your feet when the classes, practice. If you're in sports, practice is 6 a.m., 5 a.m. So be prepared for that. So stuff like that, like more college is more on your feet. It's not like high school where you can just go to school one day and be done for the rest of the day and then gotta worry about the next day. College is an all day thing, all week, every day, Saturday through Sunday. So if you got good time management skills, then you're good. For me, as you can see on my schedule, I had nothing for 12 o'clock. My lunch was free. I made sure that was free. I made sure my time slot was free for that. So I know how to balance my time out, but still, you don't want to be sitting in the cafeteria for a whole hour talking because you can still use that hour. You can use half an hour for eating, half an hour for studying. High school, and try to get in a lot of opportunity, a lot of extracurricular activities as possible. For me, in high school, my extracurricular activity was basketball. But when I was in middle school, I was volunteering at this thing called BEL. And then when I got to high school, I was doing basketball. And then like towards my junior and senior year of high school, I was HeartSmiles. So at least try to get into something that's positive in your community. So when you apply for your colleges, it's so that they can see that you have experience under your belt, that they can see that you've been doing something in the community, like you're not a couch potato, or you go to school, and after you get out of school, you go straight home, or you go to your little friend house. Like, do something involving in the school or the community that can show under your belt that, look, I got this, that, and the third, I got this, that, and the third. Because if you look at my resume, or you look at the sheet that me and Miss Simone still putting up, the stuff that I've been doing is like a page and a half long. Like, it's that long because I'll be doing that stuff with your community and stuff like that. So definitely do that. I wouldn't say it's for everybody. Miss Donnie probably look at me like I'm crazy, but try to be an entrepreneur. I definitely seen a lot of entrepreneurs down my timeline since the coronavirus started. It was some entrepreneurs in here. I was like, you starting a business? Like, you sure about this? Like, you sure? Like, oh, okay. See how this rock. But try something different, Entrepreneur is good, but it's not for everybody. But yeah, that's what I was saying. But there are entrepreneurs on my timeline. Hope y'all taking it serious. Look like it. That's another conversation for another time.
Yeah, definitely. You got anything to say, Miss Joni, for that?
Man, I just been minding my business, yo. Like, because it's a good and a bad thing. Like, it's a good thing that, people are exploring their creativity and exploring their options and, doing what they need to do. But it's like, I'm disappointed because you've been new. Like, you've been new that you could have did this. Like, quarantine should have been helping you push that business further, grow that business even more, not just getting started. Like, because you already knew, you already had the tools and you already had the resources. But, I guess like how you guys were saying earlier, everything on your own time. But I'm just minding my business.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like there's a lot of ways you got to be strong, mentally strong, sometimes physically strong. Because then, with y'all ordering them smoothies, it'd be like 34 smoothies in that little container. I'm like, yo, it's getting heavy. It's getting heavy. But like, you definitely got to be like mentally strong, self-discipline. Like yesterday, I was talking about when Miss Joni normally say like, motivation is like a temporary thing. Self-discipline is a long-term thing. I was just talking to somebody about that, and we were just like having a long conversation just about that. And if touching on what Shalor has said, if you are gonna go to a little friend house after school, make sure y'all having like a productive conversation or like planning for something. Like, don't just be going somewhere wasting time. Like, I know some people need a break sometimes, the people that do work a lot, but like now people you have in your circle shouldn't just be just anybody. Y'all just chilling. Like, who got time to chill? I don't got time to chill. So y'all gotta be on your P's and Q's. We got a couple minutes. So we're gonna do like a closeout and drop jewels. Shalor, I think you should go first.
Just like that? Oh wow. Yeah, so basically for this whole conversation, the moral of the story, start early. Don't take high school for a joke. If you're a freshman, that's really where it matters. Everybody be like, oh, yeah, your junior year matters. You see, no, your freshman year matters. Like, if you come out your freshman year, if you come out your freshman year with a 4.0 or for 3.5 or higher, yo, I'm telling you, you're gonna be good. You're gonna be straight. Like you're gonna be straight. If you can maintain a 3.0 or 3.5 out of all 4 quarters, you're gonna be straight for the rest of the year. You still have to maintain it, but you're gonna be pretty good. So yeah, take your freshman year very, very seriously. I didn't really do that because I was more of the fighting type. But take your freshman year seriously out of high school. Once you get to your senior year, my senior year probably came to an end a little early, but take basically what I was saying, do all your events. You don't want to waste none of your time because once you get to college, you don't have those events. You won't have another prom. You won't have another farewell. You won't have another high school graduation. You feel me? So take everything how you want to. For college, when you want people that's going to college, stuff just like me, get ready for the experience. It's definitely gonna be a new horizon and definitely gonna be a new experience for us. But we're gonna be good. We're gonna keep pushing. Study. I don't really know what else to say about this because I'm still going to college myself. So it's just like make sure you have that good support system as well. And then for my jewels for today, I think I said it though. It basically relates to what Mar said. But my quote is, if you plan to fail, you fail to plan. Yo, like college, if you gotta plan to go to college, and if you fail to plan, if you fail to plan to go to college, then you just won't be nothing. College is not for everybody, and I won't say everybody gotta go to college, but at least finish high school to at least get an education, a high school diploma, because as you can see, and I'm not throwing no shade or nothing, but as you can see, Miss Joni didn't finish high school, or she finished high school, but she didn't go to college, and look at Miss Joni now. She's one of the best mentors, best youth mentors in like the world. So like you saying, like I said, college is not for everybody, but at least try to get a high school education so you can at least say, oh, I have a high school diploma under my belt. Because a lot of these jobs and a lot of these careers they gonna at least for the minimum want a high school diploma. So yeah, that's just for me.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you saying. I thought the first book was a jewel, but I'm like, you really dropping it. You banging, you got the success lessons banging. But my jewel is to be like a sponge and like soak up everything around you. Like right now we're on a session like dropping jewels, dropping knowledge, but this whole week we'll be dropping knowledge. You'll have like other guest speakers come on and share their experiences and everything. Just make sure that you soak everything in, like resources that you have around you, like really put those to use. Like you never know, like people that are like gravitate towards the things that you're doing that'll help you, especially like in the college search. Like Shalod's been doing like leadership and everything, and he's actually taking everybody into like consideration, like Miss Joni, Miss Mo, Miss Sushma, people that can really actually help. So like be like a sponge and just soak everything in, resources, knowledge, and everything. And I just want to thank everybody for like being interactive during this session.
Yeah, thank you for all the questions. If you want to know more, you can hit my DM. It's Miss Joni Taylor on Instagram. So yeah, thank you for coming on. You be on for like the whole week because the whole week we're gonna be dropping jewels. So yeah, that's definitely.
Yo, I'm ready, yo. This was so amazing. Thank y'all both, man. Y'all carried this whole thing. Jewel at the jewel at the jewel at the jewel, yo. Thank y'all. This is gonna be a great week. And y'all get those other people on these sessions who y'all know that need to be in these sessions, especially those in between people, because we missing a lot of those in between people who got their hand out. So definitely get them on. But thank you, Cam. Thank you, Shalal. Well, we'll see y'all tomorrow. Y'all back tomorrow?
I might be back tomorrow. I gotta see. I think I am.
All right. Coach, you back tomorrow?
I'm gonna look. I'm gonna see.
Oh man, y'all see how they get. See, we get.
Listen. I'm gonna be watching for sure, but
see
on
how
the
they do,
actually on the live, I might not be on live.
I'll be on here every day. I will be on here every day, y'all.
Right, watching it cool, but like actually on the live, I don't think so. I'm gonna let everybody else get the opportunity.
All right, y'all heard them.
All right,
see y'all.
See y'all.
Yo, this is a great session. And look, Anybody else who has something to contribute to this conversation, make sure y'all hit up Miss Simone, make sure y'all hit up Miss Mo so that you can come on here. Like you ain't even necessarily got to do like a whole hour like how they did, but even if you just want to get on for like 5 or 10 minutes and discuss your perspective or to share something with everybody else, because learning happens the best when we are able to learn from each other. And I'm so proud of them. Y'all saw they carried that whole thing. So shout out to Chaos Smoothies. Shout out to Coach Johnson. And if anybody ordered your lashes from Love, go ahead and send me my bill. Y'all, we got to support each other in terms of our businesses. Yo, shout out to Missouri. He started his CNA classes, y'all. Clap it up for him because that's a big deal when you stepping into your career to do something greater. So we'll be right back, y'all, in exactly 2 minutes with Miss Money Mo. Hey, y'all. We are back, man. Miss Money Mo about to come on here. Hey, yo, tell me we haven't started our week off powerful. Like, and this is crazy, y'all, because I told the team, like, look, y'all want to take off Memorial Day? It's cool because everybody else taking off. Man, you know what they said? They said, nah, because these kids need this information. And y'all know that everybody else is off. So while everybody else is off, yo, they here making sure y'all get what y'all need, man. Y'all gotta show them some love. Miss Money Mom.
Hey.
What's up, man?
Nothing. What's up?
Yo, I was just telling them how I was telling y'all, go ahead, take the day off. It's a holiday, Memorial Day, everything else closed. And you was like, no, yo, we doing this because they need this. Like, yo, like that is so powerful, yo. And I hope my overworking myself is not rubbing off with y'all. But like, yo, that is so powerful, yo. I'm just like, yo, like y'all couldn't ask for a better team, yo.
Of course. Listen, when I told you that, like, we don't even think that we realized that it was a holiday today when we're talking about this, we were like, oh, and then you brought it to I was like, oh, and then I asked everybody, and everybody was like, no, we all right. I was like, okay, I'm good too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yo. But like, yo, think about regular people that work. They be dying to be off for the holiday. They be dying not to show up. Like, that's all they be waiting for. Oh, when the next holiday, so I ain't gotta go to work. So to see people who actually want to come to work, excited about coming to work, and it ain't even like y'all getting $1 for this. Like, yo, that's passion right there, yo. That's passion. that's love and that's true investment in youth, yo. So just thank you, yo. Thank all y'all for like putting this together and for making this happen even on a holiday.
Of course. Listen, I will speak for myself, but I also wholeheartedly believe this. We love y'all, like at like the root of everything. We absolutely love y'all for real, for real. So listen, it wasn't even really a thought as far as if we can
That's
do
right,
today
yo.
or not.
I know that's right. Yo, we got Miss Sushma coming back. For anybody who never met Miss Sushma in person because y'all are just meeting us online, y'all missing out if y'all don't know Miss Sushma. Miss Sushma is like everything, y'all.
Absolutely. And she
She
loved y'all.
everything.
She loved
She
y'all for
do.
real because she was not trying to be on camera.
Yo,
Talking
yo,
about me?
yeah, yo.
Yeah, I'm a camera shy person, so
I know, but you must really love these kids. And I'm telling them, we got a lot of new heartbeats, Miss Shushma, that you haven't met in person yet. So I'm like, I can't wait until we can get at least somewhat normal so you can see some of these new heartbeats, y'all, because they on fire.
yeah, some of them are already, DMing me. So keep up the good work. It takes a courage to take up the initiative. So, good job.
Oh, that's awesome. They on it. They ain't even give you a chance to breathe, huh?
No, that's good. I like it.
Missing no beats. No
I
beats.
love it. I love it. I love it. Well, what we doing, man? What's going on? What we doing?
All right. Well, the theme of this session is like college applications. So Miss Sisma and I are gonna walk through kind of all of those steps as far as college applications. So, of course, as always, any questions, absolutely drop them. Miss Sisma, did you want to add anything else?
No, good.
We're about to get it started.
Y'all see they repping their college shirts, y'all. I'm gonna have to fake and get me one, y'all.
Not fake and get
Which
you.
one should I get? I'm gonna get me one.
Temple's always giving out the shirts, so you can always wear a Temple one.
I need a non-ghetto one.
She came at you.
Yeah, we made it a whole 4 minutes. We made it a whole 4 minutes. I'm so proud of you, Miss Jody. You kept it in for a whole 4 minutes until she said something. Woo!
I'm gonna send you a Columbia one.
Oh yeah, Miss.
Yeah, get me a Columbia one. Yeah.
That is crazy. You know what? Just for that, I'm gonna send you a Temple one. You can wear that one. You can wear that Temple one too. All right, y'all. All right, so of course we gonna start off with a question. I know it's college, but we still gonna keep this pushing, keep this moving. And this is a quick one today. So everybody, what was the last song that you listened to?
Uh-oh.
I could get us started. Nobody. All right. The last song that I listened to, I mean, we wrote the question, so we know the question. It was, so I'm prepared. It was a Savage, not even gonna lie to y'all. It was Savage by Megan Thee Stallion and Beyonce. Not even gonna hold y'all.
That's a good one.
That's what it was.
Mine was Rick Ross, Running the Streets.
Mine was Don't Judge Me, but 679 by Fetty Wap.
Yes, Miss Sisma, quick story. Okay, so y'all know me and Miss Sisma share an office. And so we we just listen to like some of definitely different stuff, but we also listen to some of the same stuff. And we had a whole conversation one day about Fetty Wap in like a whole Fetty Wap day. So that's hilarious to me. So yeah, that was
Fetty Wap is bae. I really like him. I like his music.
He really likes Fetty Wap for real, y'all. Like his music, yes, his music. Bree said, hey Bree said, Lauryn Hill, Can't Take My Eyes Off of You. Bree, that's one of my favorite songs. Kamaya, hey Kamaya, Lost by Frank Ocean. Yes, Frank Ocean. John said Wildest Dreams by Taylor Swift. Not the ghetto, John. Yes, listen, don't Taylor got some good songs, especially early Taylor. I'm not even gonna hold you. I was listening to Taylor Swift about 2 days ago. Let's see. Butterflies Part 2. I think that's by Queen Naja. Uh-oh. Mar talking about, I don't even know what this song is. TTG by NBA Youngboy, Kevin Gates, and etc. Oh, it's more people on that song? Listen, I don't know what that song is. I don't know who that is. Let's see. And then hey Q. Q said LMA booed up. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for answering that question. And just seeing what songs we listened to last. So as we mentioned, we're gonna be talking about college applications. And we're just gonna hop right on into it. So touching on a lot of the points that Cam and Shalal hit on in the session prior to this, you want to determine what kind of college you want before you even touch an application, before you even like look at it. You want to determine like some of these things. So you want to determine if you want like a public versus a private college or university. You want to determine if you want like a really big student population or like a really small one, and it's just big versus small on this, but there are also like those medium-sized schools as well. And so like huge being like a Temple, that's where I graduated from. A Temple, when I went there, was like 40,000 students or something like that, all in one little rectangle in the middle of North Philly. So yeah, or do you want like a small student population, which I believe Miss Sisma went to a smaller school. So yeah, there are benefits definitely, and then kind of cons to both of those options, or all three of those options, should I say. Determining if you want a religious affiliation or no affiliation. In person or online. I think a lot of times when people, talk about college and talk about, higher education, they assume that you sit in a classroom with a professor, and that's not always true. And that's absolutely okay that that's not always true. You can choose a completely online university or college, or you can do a mix. So I personally haven't taken I didn't take any online classes in undergrad. I'm not going to say I haven't taken an online course because I don't know if that's completely true, but I didn't take any online courses as far as undergrad went. But there are a lot of courses that are offered online in conjunction with being in the in-person classroom. And then again, there's 100% in-person universities and then 100% online programs as well. Definitely those, and I will say for those online options, especially if you're already enrolled in school, actually, those online classes, like especially when it comes to like registering for classes, sometimes that might be the only thing left, or sometimes that might be the better option for you to kind of get into a class without having to actually go to it. You have to determine if you want, single sex or multiple sex, or single gender or multiple gender, because they're different things. But you have to determine like, do you want an all women's college? Do you want an all male, a men's college? Because they have those definitely. Do you want an associate's degree versus a bachelor's degree or any type of other degree? An HBCU or PWI, so historically Black college or university, or predominantly white institution. And then something also to think about is, do you know what you want to major in, or do you not know? Either one is completely fine, especially applying to school and like, coming up as a rising freshman. Either one is absolutely fine. You'll find that a lot of people pressure you to kind of pick a major. It can be easier depending on what major you pick. So those like heavy science majors, it's easier to know And it's quicker to know that major going in, because then you can just get right into your major classes and finish faster. But it's okay to absolutely not know as well. Yeah. Ms. Sussman, did you have anything to add, or?
I think you did a fabulous job explaining everything.
Cool.
All right, SAT and ACT scores. They're both standardized tests widely used for college admissions in the US. SAT stands for Scholastic Aptitude Test, and ACT stands for American College Testing. Both of them are quite similar. They're used for admissions and merit-based scholarships. Both of them test your writing, critical reading, and mathematics skills. I think ACT also tests your science reasoning. Lengthwise, both of them are about 4 hours long. And they covers topics such as arithmetic, algebra 1 and 2, geometry, trigonometry, and data analysis. And ACT also covers probability and statistics. Calculator policy, SAT is a little bit stingy with calculators. I do not know why, but only some math questions allow you to use a calculator. But for ACT, you can use a calculator on all math questions. In terms of essays, for both of them, it is optional. And SAT is scored on a scale of 400 to 1600, 1600 being the highest you can score. And for ACT, it is scored on a scale of 1 to 36, 36 being the highest you can score. And definitely not all schools require SAT and ACT scores. In fact, a lot of schools are going SAT optional, but I would still recommend our young people to take SAT or ACT or even both, because there are a lot of scholarships and a lot of colleges still look at your SAT scores, especially if your GPA was not that great for some reason in high school. SAT can be another platform for colleges and scholarships platforms to look at, like how serious you are and how well you can do.
All right, so getting into the like application, right? So there is the common application, and I'm actually gonna pass it back to Mrs. Smith because she's gonna talk about this kind of stuff. Listen.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Morgan. The common application is an undergrad college admissions application portal. You can just fill out one application and you can use that application to apply for various colleges and universities. However, depending on the college and university you're applying to, supplemental sections you also need to fill out those supplemental sections, and most colleges and universities actually use the common application. But there are some schools that do not accept common app, and you have to fill out the school specific application, and it is usually available on school's website. If not, you can reach out to them and they will mail it to you or even email it to you. All schools, not all, I think probably most or not, if all, require application fees, and they range from $30 to $100. And I know when you're in school, paying for our application fee can be a little bit daunting, especially if you come from a low income background. There are fee waivers that are available, so definitely be sure to use them. If you do not know how you can access them, guidance counselor are a huge help. Definitely reach out to them, and you can also reach out to specific colleges and universities explaining your situation, and they will help you or guide you through how you can get a fee waiver. Definitely utilize the fee waiver, you guys.
Absolutely. And then just to add one more thing about the fee waivers, some schools will send them to you. Just, for various reasons, it depends. But some of them will just send them to you. So be aware of like kind of that mail that you may get that magically starts around your senior year, your junior year. Open some of that stuff up. I know some of it might seem like, you know, spam or just like some things that are just being sent to yourself, but open some of that stuff up, because I opened some of that stuff up, and I opened it up and saw like wave like $75 application fees, like $70 application fees. And I was like, okay, all right, there we go. Because the whole, I mean, I get the fee, but then I don't get the fee, but I can get into that later. But yeah. So yeah. So when will you apply? So there are different deadlines, y'all. It's not just one deadline for the particular application. In Common App, I believe if you like select your schools, it'll tell you the deadlines like all on one screen, but you want to make sure that you're still looking at your schools like websites, emails that they're sending you, mail that they may be sending you, you know, things like that. So we're going to talk about the different types of deadlines. So regular decision, you use the general application deadline, and that's somewhere like December, mostly probably in January, and then it can go up to February. Early decision, if you apply for this deadline in this category, you must go to this school if you get accepted. There are penalties associated with if you do not go to this school if you get accepted. So if you use this option, this is for like a school, like your dream school. This is like the school that you want to apply for early decision. You absolutely want to go to that school. They have everything that you want, or well, they have most of the things that you want, and that you just absolutely love this school. That way you have like a guaranteed kind of way in if you get accepted. And those decisions, again, mostly in November. I've seen like, you know, November 1st, November 15th, kind of those kind of deadlines, but they can start as early as October. So again, be aware that you're reading or that you're aware of when those deadlines are. Early action deadlines, you are not committed, it's still an early deadline though. And the reason why this kind of exists, if skipping down to the last point, early applicants are more likely to be accepted, because it shows that you know you're dedicated to this, you're excited for this. And people may not actually say that, because I feel like when I was looking at these, I was like, well, early action, what's the point? But yeah, no, it shows like the admissions people like, hey, you know, I like this school, I want to go to this school, to the point where I'm willing to submit my application early and my materials early. And then some schools have rolling acceptance, so your application will be reviewed as it was received. There's no like set deadline, but depending on when you apply, that will determine when you start. So like you can't apply in November of fall 2020 semester and then expect to start in fall 2020. So if you apply like in fall 2020 semester, then you can be depending on what school it is, you can be considered for a spring 2021 semester. And yeah, and also just make sure y'all are constantly looking, especially those who are, you know, about to apply or entering into school this fall or next spring, because Rona definitely is affecting a lot of things, and things are changing every day. So just make sure you're keeping up with whatever your schools are saying, because it's different depending on what the school is. High school transcripts, and let's make sure that we're just like emphasizing like official high school transcripts. Some schools, depending on where you are and if you talk to the admissions offices, some will accept like those unofficial transcripts, because technically you're applying to school in the middle of the school year. So like, you know, things happen, and you know, technically it's not like your official full scholarship because you haven't graduated yet. But you don't want like to send like screenshots of like, or like pictures of like your report cards and stuff like that. That's not a transcript. Schools need to, colleges and universities need to see like those documents from like your guidance and your school administration's offices. Schools still can look at your GPA after your college acceptance, and after you send those college applications in, they can still look at them. I'm not going to say whether or not they can like take acceptance away and stuff like that, because I don't really think that can happen, but they still can look at your final GPA. And just Ms. Sussman, please correct me if I'm wrong. And just be aware that like school can definitely be a time, whatever your definition of a time is, but your GPA can automatically consider you for scholarships and different opportunities that your school may offer you. So, and that's just without you doing anything extra. That's from you just putting on the comment at what your GPA is, and of course your transcripts verifying that. Schools automatically put you in a pool of requirements to consider you for money, and it's free money most of the time. So just be aware of that, because yeah, you can just bypass those scholarship applications sometime with a full scholarship offer from your school. I wish I would have done a little bit better, at least when it came to SAT scores, because I feel like I could have done a little bit better with that.
All right, college essay. I think college essay, think of whole college application as a human body. Essay is like the heart of the body. So it really tells whoever is reviewing your application, who you are and why they need to, get you to their campus. This is your time to shine. In college application, you have so many questions about your GPA, your classes, the clubs you were in, SAT scores, but college essay is more personal. They want to know you as an individual, the kind of work you did, an event that completely put your life in a different curve and how you came out of that situation. So, anything you want to talk about, you can talk about in your college essay. Definitely, I would always recommend it to make it more personal. They already know who you are as a student because they already have information on your, GPA, SAT scores, and other information that Ms. Morgan touched upon. So this is your time to tell your story to them. And some of you who came to Howard College tour with us a couple months back, I believe some of you remember, and like the tour guide said, she did not really have an exceptional GPA or SAT scores, but she got accepted to Howard because she was very honest about telling her story. Like, it's not always about the number. It's also about how you are as an individual and how you can contribute to the college as well. So definitely focus on making it personal and telling your story and related to why your admission to this school is important. College interview are not required by most colleges, but you can definitely request informational interviews with admissions offices, and you can often do this while visiting colleges. And college interview can also act as a boost for you to get accepted to a college, because if you feel like your essay wasn't really that good, or you felt like you couldn't tell your story in a in-depth manner, you can definitely request a college interview and talk about your story and other information you want to share with the admissions office. And if you have an interview, definitely make sure you are prepared and be yourself. Do not try to be someone. Don't try to be a student that they want to see, but just be you, because you never know. Just your authentic self is the one they're looking for. Do you want to add anything, Ms. Morgan?
No, you did. No, that's everything. It's interesting, like with this college interview piece, because I feel like that's definitely not offered as much, but it can be like part of adding your like personal touch, even if you aren't required to do it. So yeah, I just wanted to say something about the one of the comments that I see in here. Cam has said that they offer her money just off of academics, and I just wanted to emphasize Cam is a rising senior. So like people are looking at you before they think that before you think that they're looking at you. Whether that may be for academics, sports, your extracurricular activities that you may be involved in. You just never know who's, watching you and who has access to what you're doing. So just be very aware and be just intentional with your movements and what you're doing. And congrats, Cam, because that's an accomplishment. Even if, yeah, no, just congrats with that particular thing. Alrighty, so letters of recommendation. Y'all, this is probably next to your essay, this is probably just like another very important thing, just because this gives the admissions committee, office, people, whoever you want to call them, this gives them the opportunity to get to know you, but to get to know you not from you talking about yourself. Because if I was applying for anything, I'm going to make myself look appealing, because I'm not going to trash myself in order, for you to be considering me for admission. But this gives people, another lens into your life. This gives people access to like the outside looking in. So with letters of recommendation, you usually need about 2 or 3. I've never really seen an application with just one. I'm not going to say it doesn't exist because I don't know, but I haven't personally seen it. And the reason for this is people want the multiple perspectives. So they want people from different walks of life in your life. They want representation from those people. So seek people who know you well academically and personally. So your favorite teacher or teacher in a class that you do well in, a coach, a mentor, your boss at work, or your supervisor at work. You want people that can hopefully speak from that academic and personal perspective, but it can be strictly academic. But if you pick just strictly academic, you want to make sure that you pick, someone who's personal as well, because you want people to speak about you from just kind of like a well-rounded perspective. Give your recommenders your resume, especially those people that don't know, the different types of work experience, the different types of activities that you're involved in. You want to give them kind of that prompts to look at those particular things so that they can include them in the letter. Special emphasis on this: request letters in advance. So there is no rush. Request them in advance. And the reason I'm emphasizing this, again, from my personal experience, don't email people, text people, even if they're reliable, even if you trust them, 2 days before it's due, and be like, can you write me a letter, please? Oh, don't do that. Don't do that, because even if it's not met with a no, it just puts pressure on that person. You're asking a person to speak highly of you, and then you're asking them 24 hours before to write you something speaking highly of you. It just kind of doesn't match up. So just make sure that you give your recommenders plenty of time. You give them the correct link, especially if they're entering in the letters of recommendation in the Common App, because there's I think it sends an email to your recommender, asking them to fill, Morgan Prelo has requested, you fulfill the letter of recommendation form or something along those lines. So just make sure they have the correct link, make sure they received it, make sure they know the deadline. Even if it says it in the email, just confirm with your recommender, that they know these things and that they know how to do it. And a lot of times, especially if you're working out of that common app, you don't need separate recommenders for different schools. So you don't have to find 10, recommenders. You can use the same recommendation letters, same recommenders for your letters of recommendation. They might have to tweak certain letters depending on the requirements for the different schools. But yeah, pretty much you can use the same one, just addressed to different schools.
I'd like to add a couple of points. You can definitely use us as one of your recommenders because we know a lot about you in terms of your activism and how awesome leadership skills you got. And also, when you are asking some of the recommenders, you can provide a list of points that you want them to emphasize on the letter of recommendation. In that way, it feels like not all of the recommenders are emphasizing certain skill set of yours, and everybody else can speak from different experiences that have shaped you. For example, when I was applying for college, I asked Miss Joni to write me a letter of recommendation, and then I asked Miss Tamar to write me a letter of recommendation, and then one of my teachers. So, I got one from the academic side, one from the work side, and one from, I guess, my volunteerism side. So, yeah.
Thanks, Mrs. Smith. Definitely great points. So yeah, and then just to address Lene's question, I don't know if it was answered or not, but Lene said, like, will these help you get accepted? Yeah, just from that, like, that personal perspective, because a lot of times admissions committees, because if you Google letters of recommendation template right now, there's a whole bunch of templates as to how, to write a letter of recommendation. Technically, anybody can do it, but you want to know, college admissions can tell the difference between that generic letter and that, like, heartfelt personal letter. That person actually knows you, that person actually can speak onto your talents and your gifts and things that you can do well. So yeah, this will definitely help you, because it just, again, gives those different perspectives.
Yeah, big time, Lene, big time. Let me give you an example. Let's say there is a student, and that student is a very hardworking, smart student, but something happened in their life, that required them to focus their energy and time into something else other than schoolwork, and that reflected poorly on their GPA. But the teacher who is writing you a letter of recommendation knows about your situation, knows how hardworking student you are, how smart you are, but due to certain circumstances, things led to different results, and he or she can reflect that on the letter of recommendation. And that speaks volume, because there are so many numbers that are defining us on applications. So having that kind of perspective from someone such as your teacher or your mentor can really, really boost your college application. So be careful who you ask to write you a letter of recommendation. Be on their good side.
Be on their good side and make sure they don't sneak and try to sabotage you. Because I've seen that. I've seen people, like, push for people to go to college and seem excited about them going to college and mess it up. I'm not going to say I've seen people write bad recommendation letters, but, like, do things to sabotage that person's college experience or their college acceptance or whatever. So be aware of those people that support you in the beginning and just mess you up because they don't want you to do better than them, basically. So yeah, be aware of those things.
All right, financial support, aka FAFSA, as I like to call it. fill out your FAFSA. FAFSA guarantees you money, and we will actually go in depth about financial support as the week passes by. Miss Simone, Miss Morgan, and I will be definitely touching more in depth about it, but this is just like an intro to financial support. Definitely fill out your FAFSA on time. If you need any help, your guidance counselor can be a huge help. We can also help you out. Somebody who is an elder in your family can help you out. I know it is very daunting to fill out this kind of applications still when you are in high school and have to think about schoolwork, filling out applications, then you have all these federal applications to fill out. But everything takes time, step by step. So don't put all of these deadlines together. So try to be very systematic and purposeful of filling out application and be aware of the deadlines. Some colleges and universities automatically consider you for scholarships when you submit applications. As Ms. Morgan said, through your GPA or your letter of recommendation, they can group you into certain scholarships categories, merit-based or I don't know, athletic scholarships. There are so many various ones. But that does not mean that you have to be active and seek out other scholarships and grants opportunities and apply for all of the legit scholarships you find. I know some of you asked questions this morning, like where can I look for scholarships? First of all, apply to those scholarships that you already know of, that your peers have applied to, that your siblings or cousins or like some of the teachers who have mentioned some of the scholarships in class. When somebody mentions you a scholarship, don't be like, I'll remember that. Trust me, you're not gonna remember that. Put it, like pen it down, write it like on your phone or something, Skate scholarships is a good one, and it covers all of your expenses. You can apply to Obama scholarships, definitely apply to federal and state-based scholarships. So when you fill out FAFSA, you are also considered for some of the federal Pell Grants that are need-based. So if you come from a low-income background, they automatically give you money, but obviously you have to give them some paperwork. So be aware of that. And also go on the school website that you're applying to. They have literally numbers of scholarships listed on the school website. The scholarships that they offer as a school, and also scholarships that you can apply outside of their school, and they are all legitimate scholarships. There are no scams. So definitely go to the website. Sometimes you have to be the Google person yourself, tell yourself, come on, I Google, lyrics to, I don't know, Savage lyrics. So, I can Google what kind of scholarships I want to apply to. So you have to be very proactive in terms of looking for scholarships. And there are different kinds of financial support. We have loans versus grants versus scholarships. Basically, when you take out a loan, the expectation is that you will pay the money back. Scholarships and grants, on the other hand, do not need to be paid back. The money you receive is yours to keep. So definitely apply for more scholarships and grants. And if you know that not scholarships and grants money is going to cover your, financial reasonings, then also apply for loans. And definitely when you apply for loans, focus on federal loans because of the interest and whole thing. We will go in depth about it tomorrow. And then we have sports and work study scholarships. Work study scholarship is basically a federal work study program. A lot of schools are part of that program, and then they will find you a work on campus or off campus, and you can put the money you earn into your tuition. And if you are granted work study program, then they will have to give you a job. You are on their priority list. And then we have sports scholarships. If you are a very good athlete, a lot of colleges and universities recruit students like as early as junior year, I believe. And if you are really good at sports and if you really want to go on a full ride athletic scholarship, reach out to the coaches of that specific university and college. Like, um, Coach Salah Johnson, I read about your school and everything. I'm a huge, I'm like, I've been playing basketball since I was in middle school. I'm very much interested. I have also CC'd my high school coach here. I don't know, like you can ask us how to frame your I guess, email or how to reach out, but definitely reach out. It really shows the coach that you're very much interested, you're proactive, you are seeking out them and not the vice versa. And a lot of them come for recruitment. So be in touch with your guidance counselor and they can let you know when they are coming for recruitments to your schools, and also be in touch with your seniors who got into a school through sports scholarship. So, you can ask for recommendations or how to go about it. And then we have part-time and full-time work. Um, I would recommend you do part-time work instead of full-time work because I don't think it's feasible to be a full-time student and also do full-time work. It can be feasible if you are doing online school, but if you are attending in-class classes, then definitely full-time work is going to be a little bit more than daunting. So you can definitely work out your schedule and do part-time job and as well as attend to your classes and other activities on campus. Ms. Morgan, if you have anything to add, please.
Yeah, just a couple of things, Miss Sisman, because you did that overview beautifully for real. Just for the sports kind of opportunities, there are rules. There are rules associated with, when people can recruit, how they can recruit, and like as far as like when coaches can contact you and things like that. Absolutely do what Mr. Smith said and reach out to, those coaches of those schools that you want to attend. And I also definitely recommend what she said about like making sure your high school coach is aware and like CCing them on emails and things like that. But also be aware, some of these people, even though they can't contact you and they can't talk to you, they're watching you as early as ninth grade. Like as soon as you like have your first game, depending on how good you are, they are watching you your whole high school career. So just being aware of that. And then just to add, as far as working and school, it's definitely harder to, especially if you're doing that full-time versus full-time work and full-time students. But there are also resources on your campus, and make sure that you're utilizing those resources to kind of help you do both at the same time, or do whatever you're doing at the same time. So like if you are, you have to, or you choose to work, full-time while you're a full-time student, then you can go to your admissions counselor. Or you can go to your college advisor and be like, hey, this is what I'm doing, this is what I have to do, so on and so forth. Talk to your supervisors and just, make sure everybody is in connection. Like, I'm in school and I'm working at the same time, and what can we all do together to make sure that this is as smooth as possible for me, your employee, and your student. So absolutely do that. And then I saw a couple of things about building relationships with your guidance counselors. That is very important. If you're in position to build a relationship with your guidance counselor, that is awesome. I know my guidance counselor was on it. She was on it. She was like, "More, you got to come, talk to me. Let's talk about your grades, talk about your classes, let's talk about what schools you're applying to, things like that, what you need." She was on it, and I could pop into her office and just ask her a question and then leave, or I could sit there and talk to her for an hour. Either way, it works out. So basically, yeah, definitely build those relationships with your guidance counselors. Just find one that you like. Find one that you like. If you don't like them, find one that you like. And then this is just like a checklist. And of course, as always with any graphic, we are willing to send it to you. But this is your checklist for today as far as college applications go. So number one, pick colleges that reflect who you are and what you want from life. Look at websites, talk to your counselors, talk to your family, talk to people you trust, and make a list of these things and keep them in mind when you're making your choices about schools. Ultimately, that's your decision. So ultimately, it's about what you want. It's not about pleasing other people. It's not about, doing other things outside of what you want, because you're going to be the one experiencing it. You're going to be the one at this school. You're going to be the one living in maybe this different city or this different country or this different state. So yeah, that's going to be you. Sign up for and take the ACT or the SAT. You'll need to just, take one of these tests. Even if your school doesn't require it, like Mr. Swin was saying, you should still just take it. So make sure you know your testing date. And review like prep books and take advantage of resources that may be offered to you, i.e. the SAT, ACT prep courses or classes or materials. Take full advantage of those things, because they do statistically help you score better, but also from personal experience, me being in an SAT prep course got my score to be higher on the SAT, because I took the SAT, then I took that course, and I got a higher score the second time I took it. And with all of this, particularly with the SAT and the ACT, again, with the Rona around, talk to your guidance counselors and talk to, those people that are kind of connected with the ACT and the SAT, and see what options are offered right now in the midst of coronavirus. Draft and finalize your college essay. College essays, can be tweaked. They don't have to be redone. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but they can be tweaked and not redone. Just work smarter, because depending on what the prompt is, you could use the same essay for different schools depending on what it is. But make sure you have an outline, make sure you have a draft, and make sure you give yourself time to write the essay. Again, this step is not none of the steps are overnight steps, but especially like that essay and writing your story and writing something that's personal to you. Don't do it the night before it's due, or the morning, because I've done that too. As far as applying to your apply to your chosen schools, ask for letters of recommendation. Know your people, make sure they have the appropriate resources, and make sure that they can speak to you in a positive light. You have all these things. Complete the applications, submit those applications, complete the FAFSA. Definitely complete the FAFSA. Oh, y'all, if you can help it, and I know it's possible, you have to use all the resources that are available. If you can help it, try to avoid these loans. Take the loans if that's what's offered to you, but try to avoid them, because I am in a lot of debt. A whole thousands of dollars in debt because of these loans, which is, it's a part of my journey. It's a part of, my education, but just, use all your resources, apply for all the things, all the free money, apply for all of that, and complete your FAFSA and see what is available to you. And then, provide your supplementary information. So make sure that if you are using the Common App, make sure you pay special attention to that supplemental section, because schools will, kind of indicate what they need from you, whether it may be a portfolio, an interview, especially like if you're applying to like a specialty school, so in the arts or something like that, like they're definitely going to require more information from you than just that application. So be aware of that.
And I would like to add that I forgot to mention it when I was talking about the SAT and ACT.
that HeartSmiles provides prep classes for it with the Ryan Institute. Sometimes the resources are right in front of us and we are blind to it. So what we gotta do is we gotta bring glasses and then look at the resources and grab them. Definitely utilize it. The Ryan Institute is an amazing organization and they've been helping out. Thank you, Miss with Bloomberg institution. So definitely take advantage of that. Miss Emma can also help you with that to get in contact with the whole session and everything.
Absolutely, y'all. Yeah, make sure you take advantage of all of the resources. Like, it's easy to say like, oh yeah, like my sister was saying, like, oh yeah, I'll do it later. Oh yeah, I'll consider it later. Well, no, do it now. Consider it now. Sign up now. Follow through now. So make sure that you're doing all of those things. And y'all, just some things to remember just in general about the college application. Add your personal touch. Always add your personal touch. That's what is true to you, number one, but also that's what separates you from the thousands, hundreds of people that may be applying to these colleges and universities. You will stand out. And also people get to learn about you. They get to, discover you. And you might also discover things about yourself through this process. So always add your personal touch. Make sure you're shining through. Your college decision is your own. So if you want to apply to 10 schools, that's your business. If you want to apply to 2 schools, 1 school, no school, then that's your business. So absolutely just make sure that you are making a decision based on what you want to do. Make sure that you complete all of the requirements. I've seen people like do the application, do the college essay, do the letters of recommendation, do the name, address, all of that kind of stuff. Maybe even submit the comment ad, but they missed something that was, requested of them, or, missed that kind of supplemental piece, and you automatically DQ yourself, will automatically disqualify yourself by not fulfilling all those requirements. So make sure that you know all the requirements. And if you're unsure, if you think that you missed something, even if you didn't miss something, you're just checking over yourself, call them. Call the college admissions offices, email them. They have people there to help you and to answer your questions and to support you in any way necessary. So don't just, assume that everything is done. If you want that double check, have somebody go through it with you. And then take your time. Don't rush these things. Don't, especially on that essay and those letters, because the name and address and stuff, yeah, maybe you could fill that in kind of the night before because you just know what that is. But don't do that. Give yourself plenty of time. Submit the applications way before the deadlines, especially if you're, pursuing that early decision, early action kind of deadlines. And just give yourself time to reflect on these questions, reflect on this information, and look at all your options and your resources.
That was great. That was absolutely great, man. I'm loving this whole conversation. And Ms. Fishman, I'm so glad that you brought up the SAT, ACT, because we was just fussing about that on the last session, how we had so many people who didn't take advantage of that free resource that we paid for. And it was just so disappointing to see people not take advantage of that. So I got some new heartbeats saying, bring it back. And they want to take advantage of it. So
they say that, but then they'll so up. I'm sorry, heartbeats. It had to be said.
No, put them out there, Miss Sushma, because they don't be believing me. Put it out there, please. Tell them, wasn't it sad?
It's not easy for Miss Joni to find outside resources for you guys. You know, it takes a lot of connection. And when she finds these golden opportunities, as I like to call them, and you guys don't grab it, it kind of makes HeartSmiles look bad. Like they come for help. And then when we are there to help them, no show up. Like, you know, so just think of yourself. Like, you know, you went out of your way to help someone and the person is like, I don't need you, bye-bye. How would you feel? Just, you know, it's just the same. So definitely grab those opportunities. Just don't say that you will and then don't show up. Sorry, I had to say it, guys.
No, I ain't no sorry. I'm glad that you said it because I can't be the only one fussing about this because I'm like, yo, other cultures understand how important this stuff is and they go and they pay for it themselves. And I'm like, here we are trying to bring it to y'all for free and we barely got one person showing up. Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So no, I really appreciate you. So I think I'm gonna try to see what these new heartbeats do. And if they real for real, if they serious, then, you know, we'll definitely try to do that again because I think that it's helpful and that it's needed. And if it could give somebody a leg up on the process, I would definitely like to be able to do that. So thank y'all. But y'all know we our jewels, man. How y'all gonna end us on this beautiful Monday?
Miss this one, would you like to go first? Or would you like me to go first?
I'm getting used to this whole jewels thing.
Yeah.
I would say that take advantage of this YouTube video. You know, it's gonna stay there forever. So don't be like, I don't know. You know exactly where and how and when. So please don't be like, I don't know, because now you got no reasons to complain. You know where exactly it is, and I hope you take advantage of it. You know, sometimes it's just an hour out of your whole day, 24 hours. Just focus on one thing and try to grasp it more, just instead of saying, oh, I don't know, or I'm just not feeling it. You gotta sometimes, you know, force yourself to feel it.
Ooh, yes. Thank you, Miss Sushma. Yo, this making me miss coming into your office and looking at y'all little board and seeing y'all little quote of the week.
Man, y'all don't even know. Miss this one will get y'all together right quick.
Right?
She will, like, I've
Right?
seen a number of times people will walk in our office and she be like, what are you doing? You not bored? Read this book. It's
exactly.
You better not say you bored in our office because Miss Sussman got something for you to do, okay?
Right? And she will fool them looking all nice and sweet and innocent, but and no, she will dig in your behinds.
Absolutely. Every time I watched it all the time, I be like, wow. And her voice don't never like change levels or nothing. She just be like,
yep.
All right, okay. All right.
We'll let you know in the sweetest way. You need to get on top of your stuff.
Basically. So yeah, Miss Sussman is not playing with y'all. But my jewel is just don't be overwhelmed with this particular process because all you got to do is take it one step at a time and you got it. Always got it.
Yes. Thank y'all so much. Miss Sushma, you gonna be back with us this week?
Yes, definitely. Every single day.
Yeah. Yo, y'all getting a treat, y'all. Miss Sushma don't be coming out for nobody, yo. Yo, she take her thing just so nobody can see her. So y'all special, y'all. Thank you, Miss Sushma. Thank you, Miss Money Mo.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Miss Mo.
We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Yes. All right. Take care.
Thank you. Y'all, powerful conversations, yo, needed conversations. Hey, y'all, don't let Miss Sushma's sweet, innocent little face fool y'all, yo. She be really digging in, yo. She plays no games. That's why we call her Miss Get Me to College, yo, because like that's what she do. But yo, it's a good thing. It's a good thing when you can have these conversations. So I hope that somebody's listening. I hope that somebody's taking this in, and I hope that you guys do take Miss Sushma's advice. And if you miss something or if you just want to be refreshed, go back and listen to it. Because all this stuff is just like invaluable information. And like coming from me, like personally, I wish I had somebody like this when I was your age telling me this stuff. I wish I had a Miss Simone, a Miss Mo, a Miss Sushma, Miss Kaitlyn. Like, I'm trying to tell you, I can't stress it enough. Yes, I'm in a good position. Yes, I'm successful. Yes, I'm doing a lot. Yes, I've done a lot more things than what the average person will probably ever do in their life. Yes, I have. But y'all, I'm trying to tell y'all, real stuff. If I could do it again, I would have definitely have taken advantage of going to school, y'all. It's no substitution for education. And yes, I've learned a lot just on my own because I self-educated myself because I needed to. And I've educated myself through just my experiences and through other people. I told y'all when I was growing up in corporate America, I mentored under a lot of older white men. So I got a lot of, knowledge and, just privileged information just because of the position that I was in. But man, I would probably have been so much greater a lot sooner if I would have taken education seriously and if I would have tapped in to what was already inside of me at an earlier place. So don't waste this time, y'all. Don't waste this opportunity, and definitely don't waste these people that we putting around you to help you to be successful. So, and I don't care where you are in your journey, it's never too late to just get started now. Just make up your mind and say you want to do something now. So I'm seeing y'all saying that y'all want to do this ACT, SAT thing, and that y'all want to be in the building. If I make a connection, I'm holding y'all accountable. It costs us $1,500 a person. A person. We paid up front for 15 spots. We paid up front for 15 spots. You can't do no payment plans. You can't do no pay me after. You got to pay up front. We paid up front, y'all, and it was so disappointing. We had literally less than 5 people in those classes. And out of those 5, only 1 or 2 was showing up at any given time, yo. So I really don't want to have to put out that kind of money for people who aren't serious, but I will definitely make that investment hands down if you guys are going to be for real about that. So we're going to continue that. We're going to continue that conversation because it's serious. And just like I was saying a little earlier, other people who are outside of our community, who are outside of our culture, they understand the value. So they going out paying for it themselves. Forget having it for free. They paying for it themselves because they know how valuable it is. So imagine having something that valuable and you not even taking it serious and you didn't even have to pay for it. And that's part of the reason too, why I believe that when you give people stuff for free, they don't necessarily take it as serious as they should. They don't value it as they should. But yeah, man, it's crazy. It's crazy. But we're gonna try to work it out. But anyway, y'all, we're having a great day so far. Take a break, man. It's break time. Take a break, go cool out, get you something to eat, do whatever it is that you want to do. And we want to be back here at 2:00 with Miss Kaitlyn. So if you got work that needs to be done, send Miss Kaitlyn your work. If you need to be able to get the link to get on here, hit me up and I'll give you that link so you can get on here and work through your work. But I'll see y'all back at 2:00 with Miss Kaitlyn for the academic session. Hey y'all, we are back. Hope y'all had a good little break. Got to get you some food and all that. Man, we got Miss Kaitlyn about to get ready to come up here with this academics. Y'all already know how she do. And I think we got Lene coming on too, y'all. Get through some of this work, man. She getting y'all up on this grade level, y'all. I love it. Miss Kaitlyn,
Howdy.
what's up? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good, good. I love it when I get to see you a few times a day.
I know. It's so fun. Yeah.
Yo,
What else did they cover today for
oh
college
my
day?
gosh, it was so much. Like they talked about just like little things about like how to get the application started, what you should do in terms of getting recommendations, and broke down a lot of those terms. So like scholarships versus grants, what's a Pell Grant, what's a fast for like a bunch of stuff I never even knew. And
Yeah,
I'm like,
I know. It's confusing stuff.
it was so much though. Like it was just so much good information. And guess what?
What?
We got people excited about doing the SAT, ACT prep courses.
Oh, yes.
Yo, remember
Yeah.
when you had nobody showing up?
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to be excited to like go and do an academic class, like on top of all of your other classes. So I'm glad that
Yeah,
people are
but
excited because it's
I
really, really
know.
cool.
Exactly.
Hey,
Lene said she gonna do it. Hey, Lene.
Hi.
you gonna do the
What's
SAT
up?
prep class?
Yeah, I am because now, well, because I know I'm gonna pass, so it's no like doubt about that. I'm a do it because I'm be in 10th grade and it's better just to start early, and also because like I suck at testing habits. Like it sucks. Like
Yeah.
I mean, like
feel you.
I can pass, but like I just be clicking random stuff. Like,
Hey, yo.
Yeah.
but I'll end up like I'll like if I read like one good context word that I remember from like class, I'm gonna click like what it says. Like I don't know, I suck at testing it.
I mean, that's not a horrible test taking strategy, to be honest. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
If you remember something from class, you should pick it. But I agree. Testing is hard and it's definitely a skill that you can improve. So you might as well practice it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Well, thank you, first of all, for coming on, and thank you for sending me these problems early because I definitely had to do some work to figure them out today.
For some reason, polynomial functions and complex numbers just don't get along with me. Like I literally just so how we do it for our online learning, we have to do like a show what you know, like not a show what you know, do like a before assignment, like a little like before assessment, and they ask you like a quick question that you type and then you could reply to other people. And I had asked like the question, I had answered the question, I only got like one answer right. And I said, well, I don't know the rest of these answers because like this is stuff I haven't even gone over with my teacher. Like 30 minutes don't cut it. And I can ask, but that'd be cutting in what HeartSmiles time. And I'd be like, no. Like my teacher said, you want to stay after, I'd probably give her a benefit of the doubt for 16 minutes. Then after that, I gotta be like, I gotta go. Gotta go.
Well, I appreciate your dedication, both to HeartSmiles and to your academics. Yeah. Okay. I agree with you. This stuff is confusing and it's not gonna like click on the first time. So let's dig into it. Is there one that you want to start with first, the like imaginary complex number stuff or the polynomials?
Let's do polynomial because like I didn't look at the assessment, but that I know it's gonna be hard by just the beginning question. And they literally gave us like a Gmail to open, and you cannot give kids a Gmail and a password and not expect them to change the Gmail or the password. So you can't log into that. So it was like, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. We could start off polynomial first.
Okay, let's do that. So let me share my screen. And I just uploaded like the document that you sent me so we can work straight on here. Does that work for you? Okay, cool. Okay, so first of all, I guess, tell me what you know about polynomials.
Well, I do know that the zero is on the x-axis. That's what I do know.
Okay. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, so that actually is like the first question, the first problem. So it says there are blank zeros on the graph. So it's asking you for a number here.
When my teacher did it, I sent you the same exact template that she used during our online class because it was not clicking, so I need the reminder.
Okay.
But I believe she said it was 2 zeros because at the -3 and the -1.
Yeah, exactly. So you just told me that the zeros are any place where it touches the x-axis. So I'm going to just label them so it keeps us straight in our brains. So this is the x-axis, right? So it touches at the -3 and the -1. And so that means that there are 2 zeros.
Correct.
Okay. So for the next one then, the left end behavior is blank and the right end behavior is blank. Okay.
Now,
any idea what they're asking about here?
I know they're talking about how the slope is like, I mean, not the slope, but like how it goes up or down, whether it's positive or not. But like, to me, the one question that I really truly have is like, if it's on the left, if it's like the right hand behavior, like how, like they be saying like negative and positive, but like truly it be going down. Like you see on the left hand, it goes down. But my teacher, she's gonna say positive, and that's what.
So you're saying that like so if you started drawing the line, I'm gonna change this color. If you started drawing the line from here, you would be drawing the line down, is what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. That does make it confusing. I guess my only like word of advice would be, because you're teaching, you know how you said it's positive. You're right in that both of these are positive. So first of all, I'm going to fill those in, that this is positive and this is positive. The way that I remember it is the way I like add little arrows to it.
Okay.
That's the only way, because like now both of these arrows are pointing up. Right.
Which can make it positive.
Yeah. So if it was, if it looked like this, for example, right, then I would have on this left-hand side, that arrow is pointing down. So that would be negative. And then this one's up. So this would be positive.
I like that. I'm about to write that right now. Yeah, I like that.
Cool.
That's, I wish you would explain it that way. Yeah, because I'd be a little like lost because I'm a realist, so I'm gonna think like this going down is negative, that going up is positive. I could see the right hand side being positive, but the left hand, that's where I lose myself.
That makes sense. It makes total sense. Yeah, just draw those arrow caps on and then you'll be able to see which ways they point, up or down.
And this was my first time learning about multiplicity.
Okay.
And we only spent like 5 minutes on that versus 3 whole classes in real life that we would actually spend 5 minutes worth of 3 classes learn about multiplicity. And she was like, it sucks that we can't actually like learn it, because she said it was going to take us a long time. And we did go over time, but I ended up leaving to go to HeartSmiles that day. So I ain't really going that.
Yeah, so let's talk about multiplicity. I'm just going to go down here so I have a little bit more space. Multiplicity. So the only thing that multiplicity is referring to is like how many times x is multiplied by itself, right? So if I have x, this is the same thing as x to the first, right? So how many times is x multiplied by itself?
1 time.
1 time. Yeah, it's not a trick question. So it's multiplied 1 time. So then if I have x squared, this is x times x, right? So this is multiplied 2 times, right? So this is all that multiplicity is referring to. And I'm going to just draw this last one because I'm going to graph them for us. 3 times. Okay, so basically, when you are graphing these things, depending on if it has a multiplicity of 1, 2, 3, or beyond, it looks a certain way on a graph. So I'm going to draw 3 graphs, and these are I'm just drawing the x-axis here, okay? So if I have a multiplicity of 1, actually, and I'll say it's positive, so I have a multiplicity of x, so this is just x to the first. All it's going to do is the line is going to pass through the x-axis like one time, and it's going to look like a normal linear function. Okay, so you're like, okay, I've seen that before. That sort of makes sense. So let's go then to x squared. This, remember, has a multiplicity of 2. If this is positive, maybe I'll do it in red. If this is positive, it's going to make a U shape.
Oh, so like a quadratic function.
Yep. Yes.
Oh, and then when it's multiplied 3 times, it makes a polynomial function. Got you.
Yeah. So when it's multiplied 3 times, just doing it in red, it's going to make an S shape. Like this. Okay. So you can always tell, if I can just go back up here, you can always tell if you're just like looking at this right here, like this part has what multiplicity?
1.
Look at it again.
Oh, 2. I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry.
I know, it's fine. I wrote the notes down below. So this has a multiplicity of 2. Okay, and then what does this have a multiplicity of?
2.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So one thing that I will say, I'm going to just add on to this. If you have a multiplicity of like 4 or 5 or whatever, yeah, I'll go like this. So it follows the same shape. Your line is just going to get wider. So if I have a multiplicity of 4, 2 and 4 are both even numbers. So even numbers are always going to have a U shape. But my 4, since it's a bigger number, it's basically going to be a wider U. It's going to look like this.
Okay.
Okay. So like if you got to somewhere like x to the 100th, your U would be like, whoa, like this, right?
Okay.
Okay. And then same thing for the 5th, because these are both odd numbers, even numbers and odd numbers. So then your S, whoa, where are we going? Our S would be like this, just like much wider.
Okay.
Okay. So that's not necessarily, you can't really tell that from here. But like this doesn't look very wide, so you can kind of assume that it's 2, but you know that it's going to be even, like it's going to either be 2, 4, 6, 8 or something like that because it's a U shape. Okay. All right. The leading coefficient for this function. Okay. Yeah, this is kind of confusing. Do you know what the leading coefficient is?
No, that's the part I got wrong on the test last week.
Okay, yeah, so let's talk about the leading coefficient. And I'm actually going to go down here and use this example. I'm not really sure what they gave this to us for. But
I don't know either. It'd be like random stuff, like it'd be random stuff they be posting on the class assignment thing that has nothing to do with the test. Like that right there has nothing to do with the test at all.
This?
No, the equation.
This thing. Okay, yeah.
Like they do, like they give the equation like x minus -1. I know obviously that's a zeros. The numbers are zeros, but like they be, I don't know. I don't know what Baltimore County be doing sometimes. They give you something and then it really don't be it. Like they be trying to confuse us. Like, are we, like, sometimes we are not really that smart. Like we need guidance with math.
I know online teaching is hard though, and math is hard. So like there's going to be some disconnects.
And especially because I'm not even supposed to be in algebra 2. So it's like,
yeah, wait, you're in algebra 2 as a freshman?
Yep. I took the algebra 1 placement in 7th grade and passed. And then I took geometry/trig in 8th grade, and I'll be taking pre-calc next year.
Girl, you're a whiz. That's so impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Because I'm not taking trig because I already kind of took it last year. So there's
Yeah.
no point of repeating that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and algebra 2 has trig in it. So it's like no point of doing that when I can just do pre-calc next year.
All right. You do it. Yeah, that's great. Okay, so let's talk leading coefficient. So the leading coefficient is just the variable with the highest degree. So the reason I'm using this example up here is because you can't really tell you can't really tell what the leading coefficient is. You have to break it down basically. So I'm gonna rewrite it. X plus 1 squared. Okay, so if I was to like FOIL all this out, like multiply all of this out, I would get a certain thing. It would probably be like x, whatever, x to the 4th plus x to the 3rd, something, right? Like if I multiplied it all out. I don't care about any of that when I'm doing the leading coefficient. I just want to know what the number or what the highest degree is. And there's like a really handy trick for figuring this out. Basically, you just count the number of x's that you have.
Okay.
So you have 1, you have 2, you have 3, but you have to keep in mind that this one right here is squared. So you're going to have to do it twice, right? So
Okay.
basically here. So what
But what about that question? What about that negative x?
Yeah, that's a good question. You have to keep it in mind. You have to keep it in mind. So I'll highlight that. So we have now negative x times x squared. Right? You see where I got all of those?
Mm-hmm.
So then when I'm doing this, I can do this basically turns into negative x to the 1 plus 1 plus 2. Do you see why I did that?
Yeah, now I see it.
Yeah, that comes back to your exponent rules, right? Where if you're multiplying a number together, then you're adding their exponents.
Okay.
Okay, so since I have a 1, and a 2 here, then I'm just going to add those together. So what I end up with is negative x to the 4th.
Okay.
So so my leading coefficient for this equation right here is negative x to the 4th. That's the variable with the highest degree. So okay, so then what are they asking us? The leading coefficient for this function is, and I'm assuming, are they asking if it's positive or negative? Is that what they're asking?
I believe so.
Okay, so that's cool because they actually give us this. This little diagram can be very helpful to us, okay? Because it basically tells us the answer. So if I'm thinking about this one down here, negative x to the 4th, I see that it's a negative leading coefficient. So I'm just gonna zoom in. Negative leading coefficient, right? Because you told me that's a negative x. And then the degree is a 4. And this says degree is an even number. So 4. Okay, so I know that the graph is going to look like this.
Okay.
Okay, for this one in particular, because it's negative and because it's even. Okay, so let's look at the one up here then. We're probably gonna have to come back to this diagram, so maybe I'll make it a little smaller. Okay, so the leading coefficient for this function. Help me figure out how I'm gonna know this.
To be honest, like I said, this was the one that I got wrong so many times. It's so bad.
Okay.
But I'm gonna say it's negative because it's also on the negative side of the x-axis, if that makes sense.
It does make sense, but remember that for this one, it was negative, and it was negative on the, I guess it's negative and it's facing down. That's the point.
Okay.
Right? Remember how we talked about if the coefficient is even, it's going to be a u, right? And if it's negative, that u is upside down, right? So this is negative. This one then
is positive.
Is positive, right? And then these over here.
That's positive and that's negative.
Yeah, exactly. This is positive, it's going up. And this is negative because it's going down. Okay. So let's do this again. So for this one, which one is the leading coefficient? Is it positive or negative?
It's positive.
It's positive. Yeah. Okay. One way that you can easily remember this without having to look at this down here is you look at the right side of the graph, or the right, what is it? The right behavior, the right end behavior. So if the right end behavior is positive, then you know that the leading coefficient is going to be positive.
Okay.
Okay, so this and this are going to be the same.
All right.
Okay, and let me just make sure that that's true, right? So on this one, the right behavior is positive, we said it was positive. On this one, the right behavior is negative, so we said negative. This one, the right behavior is positive, so we said positive. Right behavior is negative, so we said negative. Okay?
Okay.
So anything that your right end behavior is, that's going to be the same as your leading coefficient.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So let's jump back. I'm going to highlight these to remind us that they're the same. Okay, so now let's jump back, and it's asking us the degree of the whole polynomial. So we kind of already figured this out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what is the degree of this polynomial? Remember, the degree of this is what? Or the multiplicity?
2.
2. And the multiplicity of this is?
2.
Yeah, right? And so if we have a multiplicity of 2 and a multiplicity of 2, then the degree of this polynomial is?
Do we add it?
Yeah.
Or do we multiply it? Okay, then it's 4.
Yeah, perfect. So you just add them up. So I'll make a note here that you just have to add up the multiplicities. And I will say, actually, I don't know if they're looking for a number here or if they're looking to ask you if it's odd or even.
The rest, that is a good question. Because odd or even does pop out a lot. And actually, to be honest with you, in school, I did not pay attention to odd or even. I was not there completely. Okay. So I don't know anything really much about odd or even. I was solo.
That's
like
fine.
I was gone.
Okay, so I'm gonna say that they're probably asking us for odd or even here. So you said that 2 + 2 = 4, which is even, right? So and remember, if we come back to what we talked about at the very beginning, down here, if it is even, where is the best place to write this? I'm gonna write it in purple. If it is even, it's going to look like this.
You can erase it. I already wrote my notes down, so you can erase it if you want.
Okay. It just helps me because sometimes I keep these and then I look back at them.
Okay.
But so if it's even, then it's going to be a U, right? And if it's odd, then it's going to be an S. So we know, actually, I guess we could have known even without counting them up that this is going to be even, right? Because it's a U. Is that right? Yeah.
It should be.
I guess it's even because we have a U plus a U, which would be an even plus an even.
Right.
Right. So it doesn't really matter. It could be 2 + 4, it could be 4 + 8. It doesn't matter because they're both going to be U's. And if you add them up, they're going to be even. Okay. Does that make sense? I feel like I kind of butchered that a little bit.
Yeah, a lot more. A lot more.
Okay. If you have questions, feel free to jump in because I'm not an expert at this. So
it's fine. I mean, I have background knowledge. Just needed like a Febreze, like a refresh or something.
Okay. Okay. So this one, the factor used to identify negative, 1, and 0. Do you know what they're asking here? Because I made a guess, but I'm not totally positive. Okay. So I think what they're asking for here is for you to actually write out like part of the equation, which I think we can do really easily. It's going to be something, it's going to be like x minus 5, x plus 2, x plus 3, like those kinds of things, right? So what this is asking, for our 0 right here, we have a negative 3. How would we get, if I had to set up an equation, yeah, right? So I have to have x, I'm just gonna explain it. So I would have to have x plus 3 here, right?
Mm-hmm.
In order to get this x equals negative 3, right?
Correct.
Okay. The other thing I would have to have, remember, what is our multiplicity for this 0?
2.
2. So I have to add that on.
Okay.
Okay. So then if I'm doing it for negative 1, what is my factor going to be for negative 1?
It will be x plus 1. Well,
Squared.
Yeah. I can't think of it.
You're right.
Yeah, the 2. I was trying to say the 2, but I
Squared.
can't.
Squared.
Yeah, 2 squared. We'll
Yeah.
call it 2 squared.
X plus 1 squared. Yeah, perfect. So I think that's what they're asking for here.
And it's totally fine.
Yeah.
Because it's about to get harder next week, because when we did the pie, it was what was it? When we were doing the pie thing. Hold on, I got notes.
Okay.
I take notes on everything. I got notes.
That's great. Continue doing that.
Okay. When we were doing stuff like this, like I don't know if you could see it, the angles and the radians and degrees.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, well, we were doing that. It was like everything now is being connected into like the radian circle. So like, hold on, where like we had to convert like the degrees to the radians. I think this week is now going to be connected to that, because for some reason they'll teach you bits and pieces and sham it all together. So
that makes sense to me. I mean, they wouldn't want to just give it to you all at once. Then you would never understand it.
So yeah, I believe that's correct, because
Okay.
The way it was set up.
Okay. And then this last one, I actually don't totally know what they're asking. Do you know what they're asking here? The value of the function? Are they asking like positive, negative?
I remember this one. That's the one I had paid attention to just a little bit. Just a little bit. Is that that little Humpty Dump right there?
Yeah, this part.
That part.
And what are they asking about it?
They're asking like the value of it, because obviously it goes like, it's like by the negative 1, and it's a negative from what we was just talking about just now, because like,
because they're pointing down.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So since it is a U that is upside down, then this is going to be negative. Okay, cool. That makes sense. Sweet. Okay. Perfect. So
good luck looking at them complex numbers.
Yeah. You ready for that?
Ms. John, you really about to be like, this is the type of stuff they be giving us. I'm telling you, she said y'all can choose to stay or y'all can leave. And that was literally, it was at the Nook and Cranny at 9:59. And I was really like anticipating and contemplating with myself, like, I could put them on mute and listen to her, or I can just ask for help for Monday. And I chose Monday.
All right. Well, here we are then. Okay. So let's do complex numbers. All right. So we have this little guy that's called the eye, right? Did you hear about what this was called or anything like that?
Nope.
Nope, because you were like, no, it's 9:59, I'm out. Okay.
I don't even think she even said anything about it, because she did when I went back after we had like a little break. I went back and it was like I didn't see the eye. Like I took a little glimpse, but like.
Okay, cool. So the I stands for imaginary, which is so crazy, because what does that even mean? Like, what is an imaginary number? It's literally like, it's like made up. It's like it doesn't actually exist, and yet we're doing stuff with it. I tried to look up like what the heck is this today, and the history of it was basically like these really, really old mathematicians that were trying to solve problems that like didn't have solutions. And then they came up with this little eye, and they were like, this can help us. And now this is
definitely Greek.
Yeah, definitely Greek, for sure.
In seventh grade, still to this day, if we ever talk about imaginary number, I will have a great debate with my teacher. Like, why do we have to do this? Like, I'm sorry that I do that, but like I when they be like, you have to do imaginary numbers, I be saying here like, come on now. Come on now. It's bad enough we already have to use the alphabet. Come on now.
The alphabet? Oh, like the Greek alphabet?
No, the literal alphabet. A, B, C, D, E.
You don't like using the alphabet?
No, I don't like variables.
Oh, I see. Like in math, you don't want to use the alphabet. Got it. I was like, how else are we gonna write? Okay, but okay, yes. So I had that same question. I literally Googled today, why are imaginary numbers important? Because I was like, what the heck? And apparently you use them in physics. It has to do with like how electrical currents work.
I know what you're talking about. I did that last year.
Really? Okay, so it has something to do with that. I don't really know any much more than that, but I do know that like in real life, people use these. It's not just like something that you're learning that people never use again.
Especially,
I personally never used it again, but I know that some people did. So there's the background.
I know exactly what you're talking about when we had to figure out like how the battery movements, like the currents inside the battery. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, great. Perfect. So you know way more than I do. Okay, so let's talk these imaginary numbers. They gave us this already. The square root of -1 is I. Okay. So I think that this sort of like, to me, illustrates why I is imaginary, because it's not possible for me to have -1 apple. Like I could have an apple, I could have one apple in my hand, but I can't have -1 apple, right? But let's say that I do have -1 apple, then try to take the square root of that. And it's like, how do you take the square root of something that doesn't exist, right? And so it turns out being imaginary. So then it's asking us, I'm going to zoom in just a little. So now it's asking us, what does I squared equal? Well, I think that you actually could figure this out pretty easily. If the square root of -1 equals I, then what does I squared equal?
Is it the square root of -1?
Close. Check this out. If I square both sides of this equation, then I get I squared equals,
I hate that.
-1.
Makes sense.
Right?
We just learned how to do that part of the equation this year before Corona, literally in February.
Oh, yeah. And you're like, I don't remember that at all. I was
it's
preparing
like
for a global pandemic. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. So in a different example, like if I had the square root of 9 equals 3, right? The square root of 9 equals 3. So that means that 3 squared equals 9.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense now.
Okay. So if I have the square root of -1 equals I, then I squared equals -1. It's like the same exact concept.
Okay.
Okay. So and it gives us, this is nice of them actually. They give us this table of squares. So basically this is saying 1 squared is 1. 2 squared is 4, 3 squared is 9, all the way up to 15 squared is 225. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cool. Okay, so here we go. Now they're going to ask us to simplify each of these. So let's start with the first one. And it's asking us the square root of -49. Okay, so if I was just to like cover this up for a second and give you the square root of 49, could you tell me what the answer of that is?
7.
Yeah, square root of 49 is 7. Okay, so the only thing we're really adding in here is this negative sign. So what we have to do is, this basically means -49 is the same as -1 times 49, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then if I broke this down further, it's the square root of -1 times the square root of 49. Okay, so you just told me that the square root of 49 is 7. Now, what is the square root of -1?
1.
Mm?
1.
Nope.
No, I.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly. So the square root of -1 is I. So now we have I times 7, which you can also rewrite as 7I.
Math. I don't like it.
Yeah, it's a little bit confusing, but if you just think, like, for me, if I was going to solve this and I had -49, I see right here that there's a negative, so I know that my answer is going to have an I in it, right?
Oh, I would have
can-
thought -7, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I know. Like, you would think that, but if you did -7 times -7, what does that equal?
Like 0 or something, like
No,
-49.
no. What's a negative times a negative? Positive or a negative?
Oh, positive. See,
Yeah.
that's also in 7th grade. That was the trick, like the trickster. But was like, I did not know. Like, I was so confused on like multiplying negatives together.
Totally.
But like, it sounds so simple. But like when you think about it, it's like it's difficult sometimes for me. Difficult.
Oh my
It's really
gosh, yeah, it's difficult for everyone. I feel like I have gone over negative times negative equals positive in like probably 20 of these sessions because it is a confusing concept.
Yeah.
So that's why that this cannot equal -7. That is not true. Okay.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Because if you multiply 2 negatives together, you're going to get a positive. So again, the way that I would remember this is that I see that there's a negative in it. And so I know that my answer has to have an I in it. And then I can basically do I times the square root of 49, which you told me is 7. So it's just I times 7. Okay. So I just pulled that negative out and then I did the rest of the thing. Okay, cool. So I'm going to write this. This is 7I. Okay. I'm going to shrink this down. And put it over here. Okay, so let's do the next one. -196. And I'm just gonna go up. Okay, so walk me through how you would.
Now I'm thinking about it, it's just 14I.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Okay, I get it now. Okay.
Yeah, great. I'm just gonna write it out for my own sake. So it's gonna be I times square root of 196, which is I times 14, which is 14I. Perfect. Okay, yeah, you got it. Okay.
Jody, she shook.
Yeah, I know. She's like, oh, right. You just got it so quickly. Okay, I'm shrinking it, putting it over here. All right. Let's do the next one. 8 plus 5I minus 12 plus 8I.
Well, I know that it's a negative 25, square root of -25, and I know there is a -64 to the square root of -64.
Mm-hmm.
So is 8 plus to the square root of 25I minus 12 plus negative 64 square root.
Okay. You are totally correct there, but you just made it more complicated. You didn't
I did.
simplify it.
Oh.
Yeah, you like made it more complicated. So what they want, but I'm glad that you recognize that. But that what they actually want you to do, the simplest version of a number is going to be have the I in it. So if they would have given you this is like an equation that they might give you and tell you to solve instead, which then you would turn it into this.
Ms. Joni had a question.
Oh yeah, what's up?
She said, where did the last I come from in the last equation?
Yeah, that wasn't my
me?
question. I don't even want to make it seem like I know what we're doing. John asked that question. He keeping up.
Oh.
Cool. Tell us about it.
Okay, so obviously, like going back to the last equation, like the first equation, if there's like a negative in a square root, then there will be a -1 automatically. And when you have like just a regular number, if 196 was just a regular number, it's obviously in a square root. So you would kind of like how Miss Kaitlyn has it, like for the number 1, like -1 and 49. Like you would want to, I personally like how she did it, how she separated it and drug it down. So like like, I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah,
like,
no, you're doing great.
It just came like mental math after like the first equation. So it's like.
No, you're doing great. So maybe, what was the question again? What did John ask?
Where did the I come from in the last equation?
Got it. Okay, so I'm gonna erase it. I'm just gonna draw it out sort of how I did it in the first one. So this is the same as saying -1 times 196, right? Because 196 times -1 is -196, okay? I can further break that down into 2 different square roots and say the square root of -1 times the square root of 196. Okay, I can do that simply, it's just a rule. Like if you have 2 numbers multiplied under 1 square root, you can break them up. Okay, then this just turns into 14. And I wouldn't have known that off the top of my head, but this table up here tells us that 14 squared is 196. And then this -1 is up here. Square root of -1 is I. And so then we get I times 14, which is the same thing as saying 14I. Okay. So John, shout out if that makes sense or if we should come back to it in a second. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna move this down. And let's come back to this one that you were making more complicated than you needed to, but you were doing a great job.
Okay, you can simplify it for me. I'm gonna get my notes and I'm pay attention because I had to do a little breakdown.
Okay.
Okay.
So the way that I would do this is first things first, I would distribute this negative in because I don't really like dealing with negatives. So what I would do is I'd put this in here and put this in here. So what this is going to turn into is 8 plus 5i plus -12 minus 8i. Okay, you following so far?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So then since I have this plus sign here, basically what that means is I can just like rearrange all of the numbers. Like I can rearrange them however I want. I could actually even take out these parentheses, right? And I can just rearrange the numbers in a way that makes sense to me. So the way that makes sense is 8 and -12.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Can you combine like terms technically since you took the parentheses out?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. That's exactly what we're doing. Hey, John.
Hey, John.
So I'm going to combine these two. I'm gonna go 8 minus 12. I'm just writing it out. I'm not skipping a step here. And then I'm going to combine these two like terms. So I have plus 5i minus 8i, right? And now I'm just going to combine them just like you said. So this is going to be -4 plus -3i, which would be the same as saying -4 minus 3i.
Which would then become...
Which is
9.
as far as you can go.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I was being difficult.
Like you could, yeah, you were making it more difficult. You could say that this is the same thing as -4. No, actually, I don't even know. I don't know if that's true. This is as far as you want to go. Okay. It's taking too much brain power to convert it back.
True.
Okay, so does this make sense?
Definitely.
Okay. Hi, John.
Do you have any questions?
Everything makes sense. Cam kind of cleared up my question about like what I stood for, and it's like it's imaginary, right?
Yeah.
I don't like imaginary numbers. Don't give them to me. Don't pass them around. I definitely do not like them square roots where they be giving us equations with inside the square roots to break it down and just to simplify it, just to do a whole nother do fractions with, like, I can't. But I pass, but I can't. Like, it just...
I know, it is confusing. It is confusing. Okay, do you want to go on? John, do you have any questions so far, or should we just keep going on?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay, cool. Let me just bring this down. Oopsie. Okay, this is just...
Oh, wait, 81. It's a loner. It's not a, it don't got no negative.
What are you talking about?
Go up. The 81 right there. Is that 81? The
Yeah.
last one, number 9? Yeah. Why
Solve
did you
it.
put that right there?
What's the answer to this equation?
9. No.
Yes.
9? Oh, I was correct. Okay. I had a moment of doubt for a second because I was thinking
don't doubt
of,
yourself. I know. I actually asked myself that same thing when I was going through these. I was like, why did they put the easiest one last?
yeah.
Like literally the easiest one is last.
That's literally how our assessments be. That's so crazy. They'll, for like the last ones or the first ones, they'll start it off being all sweet and kind, little cotton candy. Then it'll turn to Jack and Jill and Hedel and Gretel with the candy house with the witch. That's how it goes. And I'm sitting here like, are y'all kidding me? And I'm glad this year they canceled the park assessments, the state assessments, because I was like, how am I? And then I would have to take, I wouldn't even know what math I would have to take because I already took Algebra 1. So,
right.
And there's no such thing as Math 9.
Yeah.
And it would have been, I don't know.
I'm kind of scared because they're making us take like 3 math classes next year.
They're making you take what?
Let's take 3 math classes for sophomore year at Bobby.
3?
3.
That's a lot of math classes.
3.
Which math classes are they?
I know one of them is chemistry, and then
Whoop, whoop, chemistry. Sorry.
I forgot what the other 2 are. They're supposed to be emailing us about it, like within the next few weeks.
Okay, yeah.
Cam said geometry, algebra 2, and pre-calc.
Wait, who said that?
Cam.
They're taking.
I mean, like it depends, cause like I came into my freshman year already have took algebra 1, so like they just put me in geometry. So they said it's gonna be different next year. But like people who didn't take algebra 1 in 8th grade, they have to do it in 10th grade now, because they had to take algebra this year.
Right.
So now it's got to be geometry.
Thank you.
10th grade. I couldn't do it.
I'm glad I literally harassed my guidance counselor to move me to all higher academics. And I'm so happy now that I did that.
Yeah.
Because Woo, cause I'm that no, I'm sorry. I don't know what I would have done taking algebra 1 in 10th grade.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, math is not for everybody, okay? So some people should be taking it in
See,
10th, and that's fine.
I get, you know what's so crazy for math? I will get all the business stuff, but give me a graph and these other equations, I do not get it. I passed all my interest rate exam. And for some reason, I cannot do a graph. Like,
Sounds like you can do the stuff that's like applied, that you can see where
yeah,
it's like applicable to real life, but then when it comes to like the imaginary stuff, you're like,
right.
why do I care about this?
It's just so, I hate it because like whenever it comes to like serious academic times at Poly, they will make it so complicated. Like they told us about 5 or 6 times switching back and forth between whether we were gonna have midterms or not, and then finals, and then like they just kept switching it, so it made it hard. Like, do we have to study hard or not? Because like people have other stuff to do. But like they were never clear, and they didn't even tell us if we're having finals yet. So like,
Yeah, this is like during COVID,
yeah,
during coronavirus.
they did it like right before too. Like right when we took midterms, it was like a couple weeks before. They kept saying like maybe not. You just had to be open minded, and I'm like,
And you know what's so crazy?
What?
For like math and science, I will get the mess out of that. Like I will get it maybe because like it's actually real. And the truth story, when we was on online class and we was learning about what was it? We was learning about the climate models. And it was like the equation. And I was just connecting the equation in my head. And I'm saying like, I should not be connecting some equation that some 60 to 100-year-old man just made probably 10 years ago. And then when I was asking my teacher, I forgot what it was. I had asked her about the equation. It just made me seem like I was being a little, like I wasn't supposed to learn it at my age.
Is that how they reacted?
She didn't really react a certain way. It was more so like, at least I took the time to research something from out of science on my own time, just to get a reaction that was like, hey, okay. Like, how many people in that class actually, like, I have all my notes. I have pages full of notes from my online class that I just take because I'd be bored. So I don't know. Like, I wish I had engineering still. I miss engineering. Like, when we did levitating, what was it? Or levitating trains, that was fun. When we learned about how like batteries and the turbines and all that, with the just connecting, just say we're just going to connect lines and wires together. That mess was easy and fun. It was just like certain stuff that I just liked in math. When it comes down to like algebra 2, it's annoying.
Were you the one that said you wanted to go into business and law earlier?
I'm sorry about the dog. It's ghetto. I'm sorry. No, because he act like someone killing him. Like, this is embarrassing.
We can barely hear him.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah. But yeah, I did say I wanted to go into business and law, but then med school is like where like it's really starting to win my heart, to be honest. Because like I always like I go, Miss Johnny, you know, like my family, we do like military and all that. Mm-hmm. So like I always like put like doctor and then military together. I always wanted to be like a Navy SEAL, but like I can't go out there and run. Like I get out of breath. Like I don't know how that will work out going outside and running when I just get out of breath. And then in gym, I'd be quitting after one lap. I'd be like, I'm done. So like becoming a field doctor seems like fun, but also like I don't know how that would work because like I don't know how like becoming a field doctor works, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. But I've always had like a passion for like business, Because true story, before I came to HeartSmiles, I was really up. Like, I still get emails for e-commerce and drop shipping. I still get my emails and I go in there, but like, I don't really go in there like that because like the webinars, you got to pay for it. But like, since I subscribed early, I get free webinars for e-commerce, learning about that and drop shipping. And when that happened, I was moving so ahead of myself. I was about to create a whole website, and I was ready to go find some items on bulk and have them not delivered to my house, delivered straight to the person's house, so I don't have to do it. And I was like, I'm moving a little bit too ahead with no money. So yeah, then I had to stop.
You've got a mind for business. I do want to point out though, because you were like, oh, I miss engineering. I miss like connecting all these things. Like you can also major in engineering. That's a thing. And like, those are pretty well-paying jobs too. So just keep it in mind. That's something you like to do.
Engineering, when we was on our phone cutters, that mess was hot. That mess and one thing about engineering that always has me is like the ending product. Anything that I love, if it's an ending product, then it look good. That would forever be in my heart. Like, but I think no, my mom, she throws my projects away because it's junk to her.
Wait, I want to, John, what do you
think? It's not a bad thing. And then I created this roller coaster for marbles. It was fun. And you know what's so crazy? I was so ahead of my time that I did that roller coaster that we were supposed to do in, 8th grade? I did it in 5th grade because I was so ahead, and I only did it for fun.
That's crazy. Yeah, I remember making those roller coasters in like 7th or 8th grade. So that's pretty impressive that you were doing it in 5th grade.
Yeah.
Wait, I want to interrupt. I want to know what John, what do you want to do like after high school?
That's hard. I was just about to say, like, I hope I don't feel the need to switch my track again, because like it's like so many different tracks at Poly, like band, ROTC, engineering, all of that stuff. So like I came in with band this year and I really liked it, but it was the simple fact that first of all, Kamaya somehow persuaded me to go over to ROTC, and then like I don't know, like they switched band directors like right in the middle of the year. And it was a hard transition because like literally the day after our last concert, the band director came to us and he was all like, he said you're gonna get a new band director because he was doing all of this extracurricular stuff for the school and he was asking to get paid for at least some of it and they wouldn't. So like he said it was like a mental toll too, because it was like kids was trying to come up and fight him at different times. So like it was a lot. And then like that was emotional for a lot of people. And then like ever since then, all the way up until now, we haven't had like a strict band director. It's always been like it's been like different people that would come in through the week. And then like this online band stuff, it's a little bit too much. And then they said they're going to get one in the fall, but like I don't really feel the need to trust that. So like I'm gonna just go into ROTC and see how it goes. But I don't think I would switch it again. I think ROTC is what I would want to do. After high school, probably not the military, like at all. I gotta be honest with you, probably not the military, but like I think it's a good experience because they go on a lot of trips. They do a lot of stuff. They went to Niagara Falls, Disneyland, New York, all of that. And it really teaches you discipline. So I guess for
sure.
I gotta go.
And there's cool people in there. Like it's good to a good place to make friends.
Yeah, you get close with a lot of people. I don't know, because I'm not a people person, but I don't know. We'll see.
Cool.
I'm starting to really think about going to the military because it's like I can also earn my degree while I'm also in the military. So it's like it's no excuses regardless. And also because like I'm like brought around a whole bunch of military family. Like as soon as I go down South Carolina, I got commanders down there. everybody retired. Well, everybody retired from the military ever since Trump. Yes, I saw y'all comments. Yes, I did. Everybody, like after Trump gone, yeah, I would join. But like, yeah, I'm thinking, and it'll only be for medical purposes only. Because like I could possibly do the engineering, but it just seemed like like a little tip about me, like the survival side, because I watch a lot of Naked and Afraid. So the survival side also comes out because they teach you, like, I know in the medical field for military, because you're gonna be everywhere, you're gonna be anywhere anywhere in the world, and they're gonna like teach you like tips and tricks on how to start fires and all that. Maybe I'm just weird for that.
You do have to run a lot though. Just keep that in mind.
It's okay. It's okay.
Right. Okay, cool.
Or I may not. I don't know.
Yo, we can train. I'll go running with you.
I'm running out of breath. Okay.
Yeah, but you gotta start somewhere.
I'm running out of breath. Like,
oh my gosh.
Put a HeartSmiles marathon.
Hopefully my gym teacher not watching this. This year they told us we have to run 4 laps. I said I did 2 and stole two other chips and made it seem like I ran 4 laps.
Yo, that's not gonna fly in the middle.
I did not.
That's a mess. That's only 1 mile. Ain't 4 only 1 mile?
Yeah, I could walk, but like we had a timer, so I walked slow. Like everybody else that walks around me knows I walk really slow. Like I'm the tortoise of everyone. Like I walk slow. I don't run, and if I do run, it's because Black people running from something. That's it. That's the only time I'm running. Cause I can't. I don't know what it is. I just can't run. It's just not built in me.
Yo, girl, let's work on your physical fitness.
Yeah, yeah, running to the store definitely. I'll run to Target and run back. Like,
I mean, I'll run to the fridge. That's about it.
Yeah. I'll run down the stairs to come running back up.
Y'all are too much.
Too much, y'all. Oh, if an old person like me can get in 3 miles a day.
Yeah, Jody does 3 miles every day.
Every day, yo. 3 miles.
The fridge is worthwhile.
That's down from my 5 mile.
Well,
y'all can do it. Y'all killing me.
You see?
I don't know. The fridge is hard to top that.
I know, but you can go to the fridge after, and it's so much more satisfying once you've run 3 miles.
Well, you see now, someone was just outside the other day and got shot literally right around the corner from my house. So I'm okay. I'll stay in the house. I'm okay.
Tell them county gangsters to sit down.
You can't get hurt by the fridge.
Let me tell you, what was it? It was Saturday. The police shut them firecrackers down. And then someone said, oh, somebody got shot. Right, because literally right where I'm at in my house, it was like, pow, pow, pow. We heard 2. And I was like, okay, it's just fireworks. You know, white people, they having fun. Just Memorial Day weekend. It's cool. And then we heard another pow, and my window was open. So the whole house, the dog was barking. I'm sitting here like,
oh my God.
And then all I see next is the lights. And I was like, oh, cool.
People need to sit down, man. One of our elementary kids, 5th grader, her dad got killed over the weekend. And he was one of the good dads. Like I used to talk to him on the phone, call him, tell him when his daughter was wilding out. Like a good dad. I'm like, y'all, people need to chill.
Wow.
Oh, man. It's crazy. It is crazy. But that makes it even more important for us to do stuff like this and to keep y'all together so we can spread more positivity and do more good, especially in this city. So thank you so much. It don't even feel like we went over time.
No.
We went over time.
Yo, we 5 minutes over. Yes. Y'all supposed to been gone. We supposed to been shut down by now.
All right, y'all. I'll see you all on Wednesday, okay? Thank you for coming.
Yes. Oh, Miss Kaitlyn, how was your exam? How was your exam?
Yeah.
I passed the exam.
You did? Yeah.
It was basically it was everything that I've learned in the past 4 years. and it was on Zoom like this, but it was with like professors from the university, and I had to present for 15 minutes, and then they just for 2 hours they asked me whatever questions that they wanted to.
2
like
hours.
anything that I've
2
learned
hours.
in the past 4 years.
2 hours.
The patience.
2 hours they just grilled me with questions.
The
It was
patience.
very hard.
Wow.
And then they told me,
Wow.
like, almost they made me like leave the Zoom, and then they texted me and said come back on, and then they told me right then if I passed or not. So it was very scary.
Wow. Well, we so glad because Cam was wanting to know. She was wanting to know since earlier. She's like, how did she do on the exam? Like, I don't know. I gotta ask.
I appreciate
is
y'all
good.
asking. Yeah, it's a pretty big deal. So it was really hard, but I did it.
Good
Yeah,
job.
yeah.
Kudos to you.
Yes. Thank you so much,
Okay,
Miss
so
Kaitlyn. We're gonna see
during
you.
the
What? We're gonna
cookout-
see you.
Yeah, we're
Wednesday.
gonna have like a little celebratory for the cookout. And we're like,
Yeah, we gotta throw all that in there. We gotta throw all that in there. All right.
right.
See you, Miss Kaitlyn.
Bye.
see y'all.
All right, see y'all.
Bye, y'all.
Yo, when I tell y'all, great day, yo. It don't even feel like we went over. Cam, I got you. Spark on the side of you already. And man, I know, yo, it's crazy. I don't know. I hit up the principal and the teachers and stuff, and asked them, told them that if they were doing anything, just to let me know so that we can help get that baby some support. And she was actually one of the little babies on Coach Johnson's basketball team. Yo, it's just crazy, yo. The streets are wicked. The streets don't love nobody, man. And that's just even more reason for us to just be on point with what we doing. Naeem, somebody get in touch with Mr. Lou for me. Yo, you don't got Mr. Lou information? Hit me up. Naeem, send me a DM and I'm gonna send you his his information so that way you can go ahead and hit him up directly. But other than that, yo, who been rocking with us all day, yo? Who been on the first session and you still on the session right now? Yo, if you've been on the first session and you still on here right now, do me a favor. Post in your story right now what your favorite part of today was and tag me. And after you do that, send me a DM with your address, right? And after you send me the DM with your address, you know what I'm sending you? I'm gonna send you one of these gift cards. I was looking for my my little flossy things. Y'all know I'm low-key really addicted to oral health, but I was looking for my flossy things and I found all of these gift cards that I had, because y'all know I just like to randomly bless people. But since Corona been putting a handcuff on my blessing situation in person. So, I like to do, nice little things when I can. But I'm pretty sure that these are at least $30. Like it's no more than $30. The max they might be is 50, but it's definitely no more. It's definitely no more than 50, but no less than 30. So follow my directions that I just gave you. I'm not giving those directions again because I want the people that's only on here right now that's getting the message. And then that's how we gonna do this, y'all. That is how we gonna do this. I'm smiling for you, Cam. I'm smiling for you. Yo, this is what we do, yo. This is what we do, yo. And look, you already know what it is, man. Tell a friend to tell a friend, yo. Success sessions, yo. You want to be successful, this is where you start. You want to learn and grow, this is where you start. You want to be connected to other like-minded young people who also want to be successful, and mentors and adults who want to see you be successful, this is where you start. Yo, we all have an obligation that once you get put on to something good, you got to put somebody else on. You got to put somebody else on. Like, this is what we're going to do. So I'm excited for this week, y'all. This week is all about life after high school. So definitely make sure that the people who need to hear these messages, definitely make sure that they are on here. listening to these messages, and it's never too late to just start where you are. So even if you've already taken off a year at high school, or you've taken off 2 years, it's not too late for you to pick back up and do what it is that you want to do, whether that's college, trade school, military, whatever the case may be. Yo, we got you. Hey, Cam, I like that Success Session promo t-shirt. Yo, I might really have to work on that in real life, yo. I might really have to. But all right, y'all, do what I said do. It's 3:10 right now, so I'm giving you till 3:15 to get it done so I can get these out the door, and that's how we want to do that. I'll see y'all tomorrow, 10 o'clock. Enjoy the rest of your day.